You made it. It's a Friday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
62 degrees right now. Going to get up into the mid to high 80s.
Wow.
Could be diddling 90 depending on where you are, but it looks like it's going to be sunny, partly cloudy, no rain. Rain comes tomorrow. But then again, can you trust a 24-hour forecast?
Oh, you can't
I
trust
heard you
anything.
I heard you can't trust that. We've all done things against the law in our lives that we were never caught for.
Yeah, sure.
But there's levels of severity. We'll start this story out in East Rochester.
Oh.
Because East Rochester is warning people of a phone scam. Another one has shown up again.
Were they scamming?
Well, the East Rochester Police Department says these scammers call posing as the East Rochester Police Department.
Oh.
And we've heard of scams like this before, Tommy, where the police will call. You think it's the police. You're like, you've been accused of or whatever, a crime. And if you pay us this money, the crime will go away.
Right.
The charge will go away. Where this scam takes a hard turn into left field.
Yeah.
The person on the other end of the phone, pretending to be a police officer, says you've been charged with sex trafficking.
Sex trafficking.
Sex trafficking.
Okay.
And the charges can be cleared up if you simply pay them X amount of money.
All right.
So obviously it's a scam. And I don't have a degree in criminal justice, but I don't believe sex trafficking charges come with an option of a fine and no courtroom appearance.
okay.
Right?
Yeah.
So don't fall for this scam. Now, you never want to see people get ripped off by a scam job. However, this one may be different.
How so?
May have actually caught a criminal, perhaps.
I mean, caught or not, if you think you could have actual charges related to sex trafficking, like you're not
If you're
entirely
just
sure.
questioning it,
Yeah.
maybe there's some red flags there.
Like if you're willing to pay the fine for the fake sex trafficking charges, you deserve to lose all of your money. No rational person would be like, have I sex trafficked?
Gotta look back.
Was there-
Let me get the photo album out.
Did I accidentally transport people over state lines for the purpose of selling them for sex? And I get the logic of the scammers here because, Tommy, the idea is to shock people into
Scary.
giving you cash.
Yeah.
Yes,
Right.
exactly. And, I mean, these would be shocking and scary,
Yes.
these charges, right? It's like when the fake IRS calls and they're like, you owe us $50,000 or like, you know, the fake police calling, like,
Yeah.
your car has like $10,000 in fines. It's not likely that happened.
Yeah.
But those are complicated systems.
Right.
Where you're not entirely sure. This one is so extreme. Unless you actually participated in sex trafficking, there's no way you're going to give them money.
Yeah, like how drunk did I get that night?
Thank you.
That I drank myself into sex trafficking.
I mean, on the other side of it, I could see that happening with you. You were on the road for a long time.
Oh, yeah.
But, like, the only way you would pay this money is if you actually had this in your past. Does that logic make sense?
Or thought it would be possible.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like, I want to know how many of these people that got
I
this
do
phone
too.
call, right? Like, yes. If
'Cause
I'm
that
the
would-
police, I'll go to these scammers and be like, I will not charge you. Just tell us who gave you
I
money.
would also be worried. Let's say I was somebody that paid these scammers because I thought, oh, you know what? Maybe I did do that. When I found out it was a scam, I don't know if I'd go to the police because of that reason.
Great point.
Thinking like, oh crap, what are they going to think I did?
Okay, maybe in that way this scam is bulletproof.
Maybe
right?
you're right. Yeah.
Okay, because you just want this to go away?
Yeah. Because if I got tooken, like saying you owe us $50,000 to the IRS and I don't, okay, that was an honest mistake. Same with the fine, same with whatever. But this, my first
Yeah, how do
question,
you
if I'm
explain that to people?
Yeah, if I'm a police officer, hey man, sorry you got scammed. Do have a question though. Why did you think you were
pay them?
I did use a suspended credit card to pay for a prostitute in Indiana in the early 90s. Is that coming back to bite me in the ass?
Okay, no. To answer your first question,
No.
I guess what it comes down to with this scam, how severe a charge would the average person have to hear where they'd be like, there's no way that I'm a part of this. There's no way. Because, like, I'm trying
Well, this
to...
would be one of them for sure.
Okay, but this is, like, on the most extreme end of the there's no way spectrum. Like, if somebody called you up and said you may have hit someone with a car.
Yeah, I was thinking hit and run.
Okay.
We have you on camera.
Would you have fallen for that? Would you fall for that right now?
I don't think I would pay right away. I think I'd go get a lawyer.
You really?
Yeah.
You?
Yeah.
I mean, you have several hit and runs in your past, both intentional and unintentional.
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
I do.
And like the way that you describe how you drive your car and the places you find yourself every day.
So I should
Or
pay.
just the way you get to work every morning.
Yeah, yeah.
Just
pay 'em.
completely ignore red lights.
After hours is what he calls it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's after hours.
Yeah. And then then there's that after hours speed bump that you seem to hit every morning. Like I could see, like even me, the great driver.
Wait,
I
even
am,
me.
even I,
Even me.
Yeah, like
you would-
did I just not notice something? You know what I mean?
bingo. Yeah. Did I back into somebody by accident, and
Right.
not
Yeah.
realize it?
Did I clip somebody?
Yeah, that Honda Pilot's a tank. Maybe I could hit something and not realize it. Like I would pay that, but I feel like that's the line of questionable because
right.
if they called you and they're like, you're being investigated for assault.
Like something you would have had to actively participate in, I
Bingo.
guess.
Yes,
yeah,
and-
make the decision to participate in.
And that's the difference, right? You may not actively participate in tax fraud. You may have made a mistake,
Right.
You may have not actively participated in your car having a bunch of fines on
True.
it. It could have been a mistake by the city or the
But it's,
county.
yeah,
or,
it's small time stuff.
Exactly. You would have to actively participate in
Yes.
assault, sex trafficking, all kinds of terrible
Something
stuff.
more violent, I guess.
Unless the idea is that people are scared to even deal with accusations, so scared that they'll give you money for anything.
Must work to an extent, to your point. Like if they hit 10% of the time, they're still getting a lot of bank.
I mean, I think, well, it's not like they're paying anybody to like run the phones. This isn't like a business.
Right.
If you hit 1% of the
But
time.
you just keep banging those phones, man.
I would also
Sell.
AB.
Always be closing, baby.
I also wonder if you get this call and you're married, like if you think like your significant other dragged you into something you didn't know about. You know
Okay.
what I mean? Or like, is this not meant for me but meant for the house? You know what I would start to wonder like, wait a second, did you mean to call me? I don't know.
Okay,
Like,
so let's talk about
I'm
that.
just thinking like other people you could be attached to that would also you would also be involved in the crime.
But even that's an issue. Again, we're talking about this story out of East Rochester. The East Rochester Police Department is warning people that folks are calling posing as them, saying that they have been implicated, charged in a sex trafficking situation,
Yeah.
and they could pay a fine to get out of those charges. Obviously, this is a scam. East Rochester Police say do not fall for this, but it's one of the few scams where it's like, yeah, take these people's money. If they think that they may have been involved in sex trafficking, they deserve it. All right, so Kimmy, let's walk down the scenario you just painted, right? Like maybe this isn't for me, this is for my spouse.
but I want to pay to make it go away, whatever it is.
Okay. How many people, if they suspected that the police called them by accident, trying to get their spouse on charges of sex trafficking, would be okay with that?
I watch a lot of crime documentaries,
Okay.
and you'd be surprised like people that come to a terrible person's defense.
Okay.
It's actually quite shocking because
Okay.
I think they can't wrap their minds around them doing it, and there must be a misunderstanding. So I'm going to help this person out as much as I can.
But you wouldn't ask the question of your partner before? You wouldn't be like, hey,
Well, I don't
call-
know. I don't know how the scam works. If like they need it immediately, if you're just going to make that decision right then and there, I have no
Just
idea.
Give me 5 minutes. Give me 5 minutes. Hey, honey. Hey, listen. Do you ever remember any kind of severe to light sex trafficking in your
Yes.
past, right? Any inkling of sex trafficking in your
touch.
past? Yeah, at all.
I am amazed, like when you watch some of those documentaries that let's say the husband
Yeah.
killed the wife on vacation, or it looks like she fell overboard, she fell up the mountain or something, and how the kids will defend the father. Like there's like the guy gets
You'd
convicted,
be surprised.
and the daughters will sit there and go, "There's no way my daddy would do this."
Okay, that I understand. The kids I understand because you see your parents, at least most people.
But your mother's gone,
There's got to be another explanation because my dad's my hero.
right? And I think it kind of goes
Okay.
for this too. Like you don't want to believe it,
yeah.
But in paying, you're believing it.
right? But if it gets out, then you got to explain it to people.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
Right?
it could be that too. It could be I don't want this. I don't want my name attached to this. So I.
Extended family, friends.
You're immediately
gets
thinking
out.
of yourself, not the situation. I guess.
Okay, I mean, I guess I kind of get
Pay
the
to go
logic.
away.
Oh, yeah, no, I got it. But then my concern would also be, let's say I did nothing, or
Well,
my
I'll pay now and I'll figure it out after. I don't
Okay.
know.
But then let's say let's say you're again confused about your spouse, maybe potentially they were involved in this. I'm going to pay to make it go away. You would also then have to realize, based on how things work in the world, right, that eventually if this was legit, it would
Yes.
come out that
Yes.
you paid a fine to get out of charges involving
you're
sex
right.
trafficking. Innocent or not, that's not great.
I'm not saying it's a smart thing to do. I could see people panicking in that situation.
Like, let's use an example that's shown up the last couple of years. Deshaun Watson, quarterback of the Cleveland Browns,
Yeah.
right? He was accused of all kinds of terrible stuff with masseuses in Texas, right?
Yeah.
And he was never convicted of anything, but he paid a whole bunch of money
yeah.
to make that go away. And he would, again, he's innocent in the eyes of the law. Does anybody think, based on the money that Deshaun Watson spent, that he did not do anything wrong?
No, probably.
Okay, so there is in this country, right or wrong,
Yeah.
the implication of guilt when you open up your checkbook, cut a check to make something
Yeah.
go away. So again, to back around to our first point here,
All right.
if you paid to make the sex trafficking charges to the scammers go away, I am extremely suspicious of your
Yeah.
past.
I agree.
Okay.
But
That's
if you
fair.
don't pay, what do you do?
I mean, the first thing to do is call.
Yeah.
I would call back the police department.
Right.
Yeah. No,
Or say, like, I would like to come in and talk to you.
Right. But
Let's
most
have a-
people don't want to do that because, like, hey, I'm here on trumped up sex charge.
I would.
Where's that line?
I disagree. You wouldn't want to go down there and say, no, let's talk
I
and we'll figure
would,
this
but
out.
man, it's a very awkward road to go down.
Well-
I'm completely not
I don't know how to
guilty.
explain this.
But I
Yeah.
got to hi, Tommy here.
I swear I'm innocent, but
They're saying some sexy charge.
No,
or
not
something.
sexy. Sex trafficking
No, I'm
is
not
not
going to say.
sex-
No, I'm not going to say that out
Okay.
loud. There's some kind of like sexy charge I'm being accused
No,
of.
see, if you said sexy charge, I would think you were guilty of sex trafficking. See, you're right. Give me your hands. You're under arrest. No, I'm going down there immediately. I'm going down to the police department to be like, hey, can you please show me who and where and why you believe I was a part of any of something like this? Please, thank you. Thank you. Because, again, like, think about your wife. Think about, let's say you did this privately. You get the call and blah, 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 and we need this money, and you pay the fine just to make it go away. You're innocent, but you're scared.
All right.
If your spouse found out
Yes.
that you paid a bunch of money to make sex trafficking charges that you say you didn't do go away, she's gone.
Yeah.
She gone.
Only if she finds out.
Man, you got this whole thing figured out, huh? You paid on false sex trafficking charges.
What does that run anyway?
That's a great question. We don't have the
2G?
number.
it doesn't say what they asked for.
$1,000?
I don't know. I mean, there are people we
I would
see
guess-
get gotten for. There was one that people were getting $500,000.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. I guess I got to come clean.
But like, I mean, that's another good question. The more you are willing to pay,
Yeah.
the guiltier you
You'd
would
feel.
seem.
Yeah.
Right.
Right. That's true.
Right? All right, so here's the moral of the story.
What's the
There's-
moral?
There's a couple. One, always confirm when the police call that it's actually the police
Yes.
calling you, right? And they're going to be understanding. If you think something is wrong with the situation or you're not talking to someone who's actually a police officer, hang up and call the actual police
Because
department.
they usually don't call you
And ask you for money over the phone.
They'll never ask you for money over the phone.
on a charge.
Yes, no, that won't ever happen because that's not how this works. You only pay money in civil suits to make things go away when you're rich on the back end.
Yeah.
That's how America works. Second,
What's that?
don't sex traffic. Third,
Now you tell me.
if there's someone in your life who has paid a fine to a scammer based on the fact that they think they may have sex trafficking charges, you may want to cancel dinner plans with them this weekend and avoid them at all costs. We got a dynamite, don't pay if you didn't do it kind of break room for you this morning here on CMF. Just after 7 o'clock, it's Friday. You know what that means?
I think we already started getting a little creepy.
Yeah, this is kind of creepy. Creep kept coming at you. And if you don't ask, you don't have to change what you're doing.
Oh.
But if you don't ask, someone could die.
Oh my God.
And we're not talking like climbing a mountain or building a house.
What is it?
A simple night of having people over for dinner.
And it could lead to death.
Well, bro, look, I don't want to sound like a dick.
What?
Because I understand that all of the stuff we're talking about here is going to be out of these people's control. But like, now I got to run a damn restaurant in my house on Saturday night because everybody's got a different
You
thing.
didn't see this
going
coming,
on.
did you?
And it ain't even kids, Kimmy. Like, everyone bitches about, oh, it's kids today. What the hell is this?
There are a lot of issues when you host.
Okay, but you think all this, half this stuff's made up.
Well, I was
Well-
also thinking, like, if you didn't ask, you would have been screwed.
Well, no, but it would have been on them. Like, yes, I would have felt a little bit guilty, but it
Yeah.
would have saved me like 3 hours. We'll get to it.
All right.
Just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy, your Buffalo Bills take on the Pittsburgh Steelers tomorrow night live right here on 96.5 WCMF. And today, for Bills fans, was supposed to be a day debating whether or not Josh should play.
Okay.
How exciting is it to see Russell Wilson and Justin Fields on this new team in Pittsburgh? What do we need to see from this team after last week's stinker to feel good about opening day?
Yeah.
Those discussions will not be happening.
Why?
Based on news we got from Pittsburgh about arguably, I would say, the player you second least could afford to lose.
Oh.
And everything the Bills have dealt with since the end of the season, shocking but manageable.
Yeah.
We may have now reached the point.
Getting close.
Getting
a
So,
little,
how does this happen in
thin.
practice?
just life is cruel. That's
yeah.
how life is
It
cruel.
does.
Maybe we
Rand.
need to lighten up practice a little bit.
No, I'll explain how it
All
happened.
right.
It was. We'll get into it next here at the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Damn it!
What happened?
Why does this always happen? Why?
This ain't looking good at all, man.
Okay, well, I'm not going to go down the road you're going to
Bro,
go down.
it's
'cause you
Tankola.
don't know- You don't even know what the hell's going on.
I know what's going on. We got a broken cookie.
We should be talking about tomorrow night's preseason game and what we need to see from the Bills to feel better about opening day.
Yeah, sure.
But some news dropped around lunchtime yesterday that has completely derailed that because right now that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And this is either going to be the best thing to happen to the Bills this year or the worst thing to happen to the Bills for the next 3 years.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 6:45. Don't let your kids grow up to be rock stars.
No, I thought it was Cowboys.
No, it's rock stars. No.
All right.
No, I'll explain just after 6:45. Also, we got your chance at your share of $100,000.
$100,000.
Download the free Odyssey app, log in, listen to CMF on the app for 1 hour each weekday. That is your daily entry for your share and your chance of your share at $100,000 in this national contest. Good luck on CMF. Bills, Steelers, tomorrow night, 7 o'clock, second preseason game. Word is that Russell Wilson, the starting quarterback this year for the Steelers, will be starting that game. No word on whether or not Josh will get knee run, although, Kimmy, it's possible based on how poor the offense looked in week one.
I'm guessing Sean McDermott's going to be running him a little bit this preseason.
We'll see, but here's the thing. You could also use the logic after what happened that maybe we don't expose any of the guys that are key to this team to any potential injury anymore.
Yeah, that's true.
Yesterday around lunchtime,
What
we
happened?
got the word that all-pro should-be linebacker Matt Milano is going to be out for months.
They said it could almost be this season.
I will. Okay. I have the information in front of me. Right. Just don't do this thing you do.
What's that?
Like, you want to lie about non-important things like politics or medicine, fine. But when we're talking about the Bills,
Well, you're making it sound like it's a Kennedy assassination. 2:00 Eastern Standard Time. Matt Milano is out possibly for months.
he tore his bicep in practice on Tuesday, and in the moment, it didn't look like that big a deal. In fact, he didn't even leave practice. He just stood on the sideline. We find out now, in fact, that it is a big deal. It happened in an innocuous tackling drill.
Okay.
Something they do every single
It's
day.
like a freak thing.
Yeah, it just happened. Best case scenario, he's back in mid-November. The likely scenario is he's back in December.
Yeah, you get to the end of the year.
Well, you would still have the last 4 weeks of the season.
If you're
plus
even relevant.
playoffs. Well,
I mean,
you
you're
don't
now-
stop just playing the season in
Well-
No,
December.
but let's say,
Oh my God.
you're tanking. Who
Oh my
needs
God.
him?
Oh my
I
God.
was thinking more just, even if he's healthy enough, you're now like almost over a year out of being in a game situation. I mean, I would imagine it takes a little while to get back into it.
So Matt Milano was injured for the season last year in England. It was the first week of October. He was scheduled to make his debut. He didn't play another game for the rest of the season.
Yeah.
He was scheduled to make his debut opening day. So Kimmy's right. If he comes back in December, it will have been 14 full months.
Damn, that's almost a
between
year.
NFL
And
games.
two different injuries you're recovering from.
Yes. So here's the thing.
Right.
The Bills lost a lot of veteran presence in the offseason.
Yeah, you booted them dudes.
Well,
I'm going to talk to Kimmy now for a while. Phone number's 252-WCMF.
Come here.
But every one of those losses, Kimmy, justified losses. Like Poyer and
I
Hyde.
mean, there were just guys that you didn't want to pay because they were towards the end of their careers, and it was just time that they parted ways.
Poyer and Hyde, everybody in Buffalo loves them. They lost a step. Their bodies are breaking down. You can't argue that. Diggs was drama central. He was ineffective the second half of the season. Trey White, who may still be able to play and everybody loves, missed a ton of time the last few years. Like you said, Kimmy, he's expensive. You have guys that can move in and play corner in that position.
Yeah.
They have been with him being gone. You'll be okay without those guys. As long as you had someone like Matt Milano. Well, I'm sorry. We have no Milano. We have no Milano today.
So who steps in?
All
They
right.
have somebody. They got to go get somebody.
Okay, so here's the thing.
Right.
Matt Milano is such an impact player and a leader that most other teams would go outside the franchise to either make a trade or sign a free agent
Right.
to bring someone in to run their defense. The problem here, McDermott does not like to do that, as we've seen Kimmy the last couple of years with injuries, because his defense is so complicated. At that position especially, it takes years to learn what you're doing. The
So-
Bills draft linebackers in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th round to put them in the system so they can learn, so by year 3 or 4, they know what they're
So
doing.
who's that guy?
2 guys that could be your replacement.
So they're already there.
Yes, and
Perfect.
they both have great linebacker names.
Oh, great.
Ready?
Yeah.
Dorian Williams
All right.
and Balin Spector.
Oh, Balin Spector.
So both guys saw time last year at the end of the season when Terrell Bernard went down. Both are super athletic and super talented. Both have major downsides to their game.
What's the downside?
So Dorian Williams is a guy, he's like a Cocker Spaniel, where he flies all over the place, and he will make a tackle in the backfield for 6 yards out of nowhere. Like, he looks awesome.
What's the Spaniel part?
He gets fooled very easily.
Oh,
So, like, if
when
you
he
run
starts dragging his butt.
You distract him with a treat over here.
Yeah, exactly. You want to play action fake, all of a sudden he's there like, whoa,
So he wouldn't be a good leader then if he's that distracted.
Well, again, it's not a leader thing. It's just he plays aggressively, right? Like Matt Milano did, he's just a little bit smarter. Balin Spector is like the opposite kind of guy, where he is very trustworthy in coverage, and he's going to stay in his spot. He's just not going to get you that play where you're making a play 3 yards behind the line of scrimmage like Matt Milano or Dorian Williams will. So it's like if you took Dorian Williams and Balin Spector and put them together, you get Matt Milano.
All right.
Sucks. God damn it.
You're getting half a Milano.
Yes.
In each guy.
You're getting, just a little bit of
50%.
fudge in one half of those cookies. Kimmy?
Yeah. I mean, I'm worried. Not
You're
gonna
always
lie.
worried. I always got to talk you off the ledge.
I know, but I feel like this off season, especially just because there's so many questions, there's a lot of guys that we just don't know about yet, and they could work out, and it could be great. Like, hey, we found the team. But until I see that, maybe I'm just gonna think like I'm preparing myself. Put it that way.
Okay.
I'm preparing myself for maybe some rough times.
Okay.
Yeah, but you're running out of time.
You guys talk. I don't even know what he's
No,
saying.
you're running out of time,
Running
man.
out of time for what?
Josh,
What are you
how many
talking
more?
about?
How
No,
many
I'm
more
joking.
years do you think he can play at the level he plays at right now?
NFL
young
quarterbacks
guy.
play into their late
Yeah.
30s.
Yeah,
now,
but he
man.
plays very physical. He plays loose in the ass. He's all over the place. He's running. He's crazy.
what
He's
NFL
hurtling.
What NFL quarterback doesn't play
I
that
never
way?
saw anybody hurdle like that.
What are you-
That's what made him so unique.
He didn't do that last year.
No,
that was 2
there
years ago.
There was no hurdling last year. There was a strict no hurdling.
No
policy.
hurdling. I'm just saying, you're running out of time with
Okay,
this kid.
I love how the other day,
He's
like,
gonna get fat.
That's the one question. I mean, that's like the one constant for this team. It's kind of nice not to worry about that for at least a little while.
You know
But
what-
the clock is ticking on the kid. It's ticking on everybody.
Ticking
on all of us,
I wish the
Pat.
clock would run out on you, you stupid effing takes, man.
Because, eventually he's going to get fat. He's one of those guys that he really enjoys the off season.
Okay.
He's running around. He's playing golf.
By the way, some quarterbacks, there are a lot of quarterbacks that were not like guys that were in the best shape. That
Patrick
were some
Mahomes
of the,
is one of them.
He is.
He's got
Yeah.
dad bod. He said he
a
needs
lot
that
of
dad bod.
quarterbacks have dad bods.
Yeah.
Tom Brady had a dad bod.
Not anymore.
No, he's got that. He's
He is
long,
chiseled.
long-faced Brady.
He looks like a Miami model.
He looks like one of those masks that they like uncover when they're doing anthropology stuff in Africa. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Matt Milano, Bills linebacker, will be out until it looks like December. Best case scenario, mid-November. Worst case scenario, the whole season with a torn bicep he suffered in just a routine practice drill on Tuesday. He hasn't played since October of last year. So if he comes back in December, it'll be a full 14 months since he played in an NFL game. So this is going to go one of two ways.
What's that?
Do you want the good way or the bad way first?
Well, give me the good way.
You want the good way.
Yeah.
The Bills have a new linebacker star emerge out of the darkness.
Oh.
And that's not out of the question.
New kid.
For example, Terrell Bernard was a nobody. No one had ever heard of him last season.
Mm-hmm.
He was replacing Tremaine Edmonds, who signed a $100 million free agent deal with the Chicago Bears. And that kid was lightning in a bottle.
So he stepped up.
Yes. And, here's the thing. You can make the argument the reason why the Bills had the playoffs that they had was because Terrell Bernard got hurt and couldn't go. He was the guy last year, remember, what did he have? He had a severe injury in his leg, and he was going to try and play, and the Bills told him, no, we're not going to let you, and he cried in the arms of GM Brandon Beane.
Look at that.
Cried his eyes out.
Wow.
So he was a guy that was in the system for a couple of years. He learned how it works.
And he wants to play.
And he came out and he was a star. So there's nothing that's saying that Dorian Williams, after a year of seasoning, Balin Spector, after a year of seasoning, isn't that guy.
All right, we're good.
And it's very possible on top of that because McDermott's defense can make a star out of anybody. If you do your job, you're a star.
All right.
The bad way,
What's that?
Milano not being out there gives offenses that one extra second on every play, which in the NFL is an eternity.
Yeah, it feels like teams were preparing for Matt Milano.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's that good.
Yeah.
But, I mean, not only would you have Matt Milano gone without someone that can replace him with his skill set, you also have two brand new starting safeties.
Yeah.
And that's a huge problem because the entire middle of your field would be just like,
So this is horrible.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Yes, it's horrible for Matt Milano, and it's not something we saw coming.
Yeah.
But it's also hard to predict because Sean McDermott's defense works the best when everyone is quietly doing their job.
Okay.
I have the perfect analogy. You
All
ready?
right, all right, all right.
Sean McDermott's defense is like a garbage plate, and Matt Milano is like the meat sauce. Because a garbage plate without meat,
sauce,
he comes up with the
Milano.
big plays. Yeah.
yes, like look, a garbage plate without sauce is still good, right? Like it's not over the top amazing. It's not the most unique thing, but a bunch of different foods mixed together. You'd be happy
Okay,
with
all right,
home
all
fries, mac salad, couple of burgers, onions, and mustard, right? But the sauce is what makes the garbage plate extraordinary.
Special.
And what we need to find is another meat sauce on this roster.
And you can't find one right now.
I will
it could
say,
be
though,
Dory Williams or Balin Spector.
There was no guarantee that Matt Milano was going to come back and be his former self. I mean, that we're assuming he was just based on how good he was before he got hurt, but we don't know, like, if he really fully recovered from that leg injury and if he was going to be able to
You
move the
turn into
same
a
way.
Von Miller.
Well, you had
like a shell of yourself.
He broke his leg.
It may have taken some serious time to get back from that.
I mean, if you want to go that route, and I didn't want to say this out loud because I love Matt Milano, like he's one of my children. He according to the ladies is the sexiest of all the Buffalo Bills with his.
He is?
Yeah, bro. He's got
Kind of
that.
mysterious.
He's got biceps where his head looks like a baby.
He's sexier than Josh.
Kimmy, thoughts?
Are you asking or are you saying that? Was that a statement or a question?
If I was gonna vote, I would vote Josh as sexiest guy in the team.
Kimmy, who's sexier, Matt Milano or Josh Allen?
Well, Josh is kind of goofy. Like, Josh seems like
He's like the boy next door.
I think Matt Milano,
down.
there's some mystery to him, so maybe that makes him a little sexier. We know nothing about Matt Milano, by the way.
He doesn't speak. I can't even do it. Like if
I don't
whatever
know what his voice sounds
yes,
like.
whatever voice you do is an impression of Matt
Oh,
Milano.
all right.
And
So
like
why do
his,
you keep pointing at your arm?
his biceps are so big, it's like a baby's head.
But one's broken.
Well,
Well,
now.
now.
Yeah, that's actually the saddest part,
That
ladies.
sucks, yeah.
It's going to be different forever.
Yeah.
No, man, everything can be okay.
All right.
Don't sell the farm.
Well, let's see who steps up.
And no, I didn't want to say this because I do love
Mm.
Matt Milano so much, but Kimmy brings up a good point, right? I guess this could also be a blessing in disguise
Oh,
for
I
this
always
team.
hate when people say that, man.
Well, no, because
Well, they may have
This
been
could
forced
be
to
a
make a
good
decision
game.
on this
No,
if
she's
he
right.
wasn't himself.
you look at what happened with Von Miller coming back last year from that knee injury. He wasn't himself, and because of the name of Von Miller and what he meant as a leader of this defense, they wouldn't move away from him. You weren't going to do that again with Matt Milano. I mean, now you have a younger. I mean, it sucks to say out loud.
Could be a blessing in disguise.
It's what I
guys.
literally just said.
And I don't believe that crap.
Okay,
That never works out, man.
You're sitting in that chair right now, the way your life has worked out, and you don't believe in blessing in disguise.
Right, because you hate it. You'd much rather have Earl David Reed here, right?
You're right. I don't even know where he is. Let's take a break. You know, there are a couple of jobs that everyone dreamed to have as a kid.
All right.
NFL player is one of them.
Oh.
Rock star would be one of them.
Oh, big rocker.
Look, man, there's a big rock guys that are a little bit older argue that rock music is dead because there are no rock bands that exist like they used to anymore.
There's no pure musicians anymore.
Okay, now you would have taken a step further in the old man level.
Everything, you're plugged into your laptop.
There might be a reason for that.
What's that?
Well, we have some numbers in front of us that are startling. And it's not just numbers from today. This is numbers from, like, American pop music since it's existed.
Oh.
And the bottom line is this.
What?
If you're a parent, don't let your kids grow up to be rock stars. Okay. And we'll get to it next here at the Break Room on 96.5 WCMF. We here on WCMF have built a legacy on the backs of rock gods.
Oh, yeah.
Men and women who have created the best music ever recorded. And they live on because what they do is not only amazing, but because it is hard.
Yes.
But it's not until today that you may fully realize how hard it actually is.
So we have some like rock data.
Oh, yeah, we do. Because nothing says rock and roll like a bar graph. And if your kid has dreams of making it big in music, right now is the time to crush those dreams forever.
All right, what do you do?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. It's Friday. You know what that means.
We're going to get a little creepy.
Just after 7 o'clock, all the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. Creep Cap coming at you. And if you don't ask, you don't have to change a thing.
Perfect.
You just do what you're doing, and you're not going to add any extra steps. But if you don't ask, you could also kill someone.
Kill?
No, legit skis.
You're not going to. How you kill it?
Okay.
And you didn't do nothing.
Look, this is a generational thing because, Kimmy, we understand that these things are real.
Okay, but where were they 50, 60 years ago?
Why don't you tell? Maybe people did just all of a sudden drop and they didn't know why.
I told you, my parents hosted parties all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I haven't heard from some of those.
We'll get to it.
It's been 50 years.
Just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. It's not easy to become a rock star, Tommy.
Ooh, you got to work hard. Practice, practice, practice.
Millions upon millions have tried, and only a handful of human beings have ever got into the Billboard Top 40. But it turns out, even if you manage to get into the rarefied air of having a Top 40 Billboard hit, doing it again is borderline impossible. We have in front of us a chart.
Yeah.
That tells us all of the artists that have ever had a song in the Billboard Top 40
had a
since,
hit.
Since it existed. And how long it took them to get a second Top 40 hit. You ready for this? A staggering 75% of artists who have ever had a hit on Billboard in the Top 40 had their career end within the first year of that hit.
So they were a one-hit wonder.
No, not necessarily. Either they were a one-hit wonder or they had 2 hits in the same year in the top 40 and never got another one again.
Okay. Is
So-
that because they stopped, or is that just the people lost interest in their sound?
I mean, it could be a mix of those things. I mean, there are
Because
artists
I could
that
see
died.
like hitting early and hitting big and be like, oh, I think that'll do it.
Have you ever seen a band that's like, yeah, you know, I'm going to go
Oh,
paint
the
houses?
Quitters. They were great.
Well, like I'm just thinking like maybe like they kind of like make their money and then they lose that motivation.
I mean, I guess
Or
it's-
the band splits
You know what I
up
mean?
for some reason.
That too.
all of these
Yeah.
things are
Right.
possible. But again,
All right.
75% of bands that have ever had
That
a
hit.
Billboard Top 40 hit. And here's the thing. Having a Top 40 hit is amazing.
Yeah.
There are bands you've never heard of that have had a Top 40 hit because their one hit 37.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like it's a
Yeah.
new song that some people know, some people don't. But 75% of those people, if they even had another hit, only came within a year. And as you go longer in time, it gets crazier. Less than 4% of people ever that have had a Billboard Top 40 hit had another hit 4 to 5 years later. Less than 3% have had hits 11 to 20 years later. And the most rarefied air, less than 1% of artists who have ever had a Billboard Top 40 hit had them 20 years apart. Less than 1%.
I'm trying to think, who would that be? Michael Jackson?
The record for the longest gap between...
Oh, a gap.
Well, yeah, the longest
All
gap
right.
between the first... I'll get back into the
All right.
20s again in a sec. Do you want to guess who the record is, the longest gap between the first and last Billboard Top 40 hit?
I'm going to say Dylan.
No.
I have no idea.
Elton John.
Oh,
Oh.
that makes sense.
The
Yeah.
first one was Rocket Man in 1972. Do you know what the most recent one was?
Was it within the last like 10 years?
It was within the last year.
Oh, it
Oh,
was with the
collaboration?
song he did with either Dua Lipa or I
Bingo.
think he also did one with Britney Spears.
It was Dua Lipa.
Okay.
And it was Cold Heart. It's
Yeah.
They just do a bunch of his songs.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a 50-year gap.
Wow.
But even
Damn.
that took a modern artist for him to get in there. If he would have put out his own song, they're not
Yeah.
going to play it on PXY. The 20-year group includes stars like Cher.
This is what now? This is who?
This is first
Spans
Billboard
decades.
hit and last Billboard
Yeah.
hit 20
Oh.
years apart. Cher, Springsteen, Santana,
Right.
and even Santana
Again,
needed modern
kind of with
music.
another
It was collaboration,
musician.
yeah.
Yes, I mean, the most amazing ones would be Cher and Springsteen because they did it pretty much on their own, 20 years apart.
Yeah.
Tommy, the bottom line is this.
What's that? It's hard out there.
And it feels like your kid trying to make a music career might be a bad idea.
Well, it's almost impossible.
But do you think, in terms of like a traditional music career, you're right? But I wonder if kids see people going viral on like YouTube, TikTok, things like that, and think, well, like they're making money putting their music out that way. Like maybe it's not charting, but it's going viral.
So those streams chart now? Like, that would still count. I mean, it would
Well,
contribute to your
okay, so
charting.
that's what I wonder then. Would it almost be your kid feels like it's more within reach because I can just put it out there and whoever listens to it listens to it.
I mean, that is a good point. If we want to tie between what we did for a living,
Yeah.
right? Like you were only getting famous going into the right comedy club and having the right person see you, and then if they saw you, I mean, you had no chance of getting
They
famous.
saw you.
Right?
They saw you over and over and over.
But you're right. Now, I mean, if we were comics, we could just put our set on YouTube, and then they could boo you in their own homes if they wanted to. What are you doing down there? Booing the computer.
Well, think about this. Like, let's say you went down this road, you want to be a rock star. Like, the best case scenario, you would become just a working musician.
Yes. Yeah. Well, no, best case scenario is you have a hit, but the most likely best case scenario.
You would become a working musician.
You're a session person.
Or you would just travel in a band.
Yeah.
Of a lower, groups. Like, I mean, there's guys like older blues guys that they just tour forever. They just live out of a van.
I mean, there are guys that live in this town
that
live that lifestyle.
That are great musicians.
And you never know their name.
Right.
And it's a hard life to live,
But they end up working and teaching
but
a
I
lot
mean,
of times.
you get to stand next to geniuses,
Yeah.
but you don't come
You're
close to their
involved
kind
in
of
the
money.
music, yeah.
No, because their accent, when they come to town, they don't come with their full band. They'll hire these guys in to sit in with them.
I mean, it is funny we're having this discussion with one of the best music schools in America down the street from us, right? Like, I mean, you're right. If there is a town that has a ton of people like that, it's
There's
this
a
town.
But do you
bullpen
think
of
like
people.
obviously yes, like you want to be the star, but do
Yeah.
you think that there are people out there that are, I mean, they're maybe you're not getting rich off of being a musician, but it's not the worst. Like you're doing something you love and getting by on that, and that may be enough for a lot of people.
But that's not your dream. If your dream is to be a star, you're not going to be satisfied not being a star.
And even if your dream, Kimmy, is just to play music for a living, it's a hard life. Even
Oh,
if you're
it's
not
miserable.
on the road, I mean, you're only getting paid
It is,
when you
but
work.
it's a better case scenario than other, sitting at a desk every day if you were somebody that always wanted to play music. I don't know. Like, I guess, like, it's a balance of, like, I love doing this, and I don't know. Like, are you willing to just kind of coast?
Yeah, but here's the difference, right? Like, you're right. Working a desk job can be soul-sucking and terrible, but at least that way I get to go to the dentist.
Yes. I think
Maybe.
No, but I could, if
I mean, you might be making the same at both jobs.
Okay,
You
fair.
know?
I will say this, if you want to get into alcoholism and insomnia, rock and roll could be for you.
252 WCMF 252-9263. A new chart. It takes into account all of the musicians in America that have ever had a Billboard Top 40 hit, and 75% of them never had another Top 40 hit a year after the first one showed up. So either they were a one-hit wonder or both of their hits hit within the first 12 months.
Yeah.
And it gets even more rare. Like we said, to have a hit between your gap 4 to 5 years between your first and second hit, less than 4% of all musicians have ever done it. And look, before I get the calls and the Facebook messages, I know there are bands that never had a top 40 hit that are legendary and made great careers. The Ramones being one of them. Did you know Black Sabbath never had a top 40 hit?
That kind of makes sense based on that kind of music.
Iron Man?
I know. When did Zeppelin have their first?
Kim, you want to Google that?
Because I think it was a long time.
For a top 40 hit?
Yeah.
Really?
I think so.
You know it's going to be the
Well,
first
think where
album.
Zeppelin was
You know
played.
it's going to be the first album. Like, you said it out loud and you're going to embarrass
But Zeppelin
yourself.
was played not on conventional radio back then. They were played on almost like pirate radio to begin with.
Okay. Look,
CMF was not like a huge radio stick back in the day.
No, I remember. I mean, you would have to listen to pirate radio. What was it? WQR.
Run by actual pirates, yes.
252 WCMF. Kimmy, while you're looking that up, let's talk to Bill. Hey, Billy boy, how are you?
Hey, how you doing?
Good, Bill. What you got?
First guy comes to mind is the Filipino guy from Journey. Found him on YouTube 15 years ago or so.
Yes, they did. And that was such a valid way to become a rock star that almost every rock band now has found their frontman on YouTube. Wait, no, the reason you know that is because it's such a unique story, Bill.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Great call, Bill. Thanks, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Can I just tell you one of my pet peeves?
Right.
Bill seems like a nice guy.
Right.
When people call up and be like, hey, let me tell you about this one specific thing that happened one time that goes against your argument. The reason you know that story is because it's so unique.
Well, why don't they just go to the Philippines and hire people?
All of our good rock and roll jobs are being outsourced to the Philippines.
Zeppelin's first top 40 hit was "Whole Lotta Love," which reached number 4 on the Billboard chart in January 1970.
Bro.
Pretty early.
It was from their second album.
Okay. You were so dumb.
Yeah, I had it. They waited a long time.
Took a long time. They had to do one album and then like a third of another album, and then they had their hit. I guess the question becomes, right? Because like you said, there's lots of guys, men and women in this town who are brilliant musicians, right? Who may have even been on the road, played with great musicians themselves. When does someone decide that music as a career is all over? Or I'm done taking shots?
You had money? Like you just hit bottom.
I don't know, man.
Or you just feel like, I don't want to do this lifestyle anymore, so I'm going to move on to something else.
But
I mean, there's some people that they never get off the road.
Oh, I'm not even talking getting off the road. I'm talking about living, playing, hoping that you'll be that guy that a touring band needs a drummer or a guitarist or whatever, and a friend of a friend who played with you
there's
once.
guys like that in this town for sure.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with keeping that hope alive, right? In your 40s, 50s, 60s.
At some point, man, it's gotta
But
wear on you. Just emotionally, like it just ain't happening.
Hoping, you're saying?
Right.
But look, man.
But maybe like that hope is always there. Like you think like that opportunity may still come, so you're not. I don't know. It's not as depressing if you think about it that way.
All right, let me try and put it this way, because you and I again have had very unique lives, touring, doing stand-up, right? You're right that lifestyle is depressing. You're very right, but you also know what it feels like when those lights come up, and you're right there, up on stage, and everybody's there for you. And I know that everyone's not there for you as a session musician, but you still get that energy and that feeling, and you're in front of a room full of people doing what you love, right? It's intoxicating. Intoxicating enough where you didn't go back and do.
It's sad to watch, though.
Okay.
Like if that's like your.
Well, that was actually the name of Tommy's tour. Sad to watch tour.
I just can't imagine like some guy my age who spent his lifetime, playing the bass or the drums or something, going, "Hey, man, we got this group. They're looking for a drummer, and you're like the oldest guy by 40 years in that band."
It's weird that he'd be playing drums when he was a bass player his whole life, you idiot.
But I'm just saying, like,
spent his whole life playing the bass, and now I'm playing the drums.
Well, you keep the rhythm. I don't know, but like, just like, why would you want to put yourself through that at that age? Like, you would stick out as such an old fart.
Like I'm thinking, so I just remembered, I know a friend whose mom, she went to the Eastman School of Music. She plays like every instrument you can think of.
Okay.
And she's worked with like a lot of like big names on their albums and things like that. And I don't see her as somebody that like thinks like I could have made it big. Like she just enjoyed being a part of it all and making a living being a musician. You know what I mean? And then like, it's just a fun thing to talk about from her past.
I mean, it does make it interesting.
I don't get like that. I don't get that she ever wanted to be like a rock star. She just enjoyed being a part of music.
Okay.
But I also think this is going to sound bad.
Tommy's going to tell you about this woman he's never met, how she really feels.
But I think that's how a woman approaches. I think how women approach careers and how men approach careers.
What do you mean?
Goodbye, I'm gone.
Because men,
I think that there are male musicians that are the same way. Like they know that they're not front men, right? Like they just enjoy playing instruments.
No, Kimmy, what he's saying is women's brains are too small to appreciate rock and roll.
I am saying, and I'm trying to give women a compliment. Here.
I don't know.
You're doing great.
Go ahead.
When the fingers go out, you're in trouble.
You're
in trouble.
That the music is important to them.
Well, to be honest, like I think like she's just a very intellectual person.
Right.
Yeah. That's what he's saying.
But
like it was more about the sound.
Really thinks he should be running Kiss. He just think he didn't get the right break.
If you're watching the live stream right now, here's how you know Tommy knows he screwed up. It's like when somebody takes a head hit in the NFL and their hands immediately go up. It's called fencing. When he knows he screwed up, his hands go up. He points out, "Oh no."
But you know how guys are. Every guy thinks he's the best at everything. Where women.
There are music nerds out there that probably have stage fright and things like that, but they still want to be a part of music.
But those are like soft rockers.
Okay, let's take a break. It's Friday. You know what that means?
I think we already started.
It's Creep
I don't
Cap.
know. You're just mean.
Not mean. I'm trying to say
she's
she's a nurturing. She's there for the music.
You never met the woman.
I know. You're making a lot of assumptions.
I'm saying she's not selfish.
You
And she said it's more. The music is more important than the individual.
You did not know this woman
No,
existed
until 2 seconds ago.
And now you're
Well, that's
trying
what a
to-
beautiful picture you painted of this woman.
Creep Cap coming at you. All disgusting things Tommy said all week long. And on one hand, if you don't ask, it does not add more work to what you're doing here.
Oh, this is great.
On the other hand, if you keep your mouth shut, someone could legitimately die. And like, I don't want to sound like a dick. Like, I want to say I'm happy to do it, but I'm not happy
Bro,
to do it, man.
this is y'all.
No, it's not
Oh,
y'all.
no. This is all y'all.
No, because these are grown ass people.
We don't do this.
These are grown ass people.
My generation don't play.
Oh, really? You weren't married to somebody
Who was I married to?
that had this exact issue?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, right, that part of my life.
But I never really cared.
We'll get into it next year in the break room on CMF. Being a good host used to mean having enough for everyone and making sure people felt welcome in your home.
The hostess with the mostess.
But the game has changed, Tommy.
Oh, yeah, buddy.
Because there are things people won't eat. There are things people can't eat. And it seems now you have to make sure that everyone who walks through your front door is taken care of to their specific needs. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. We'll get to that in a second. A lot of stuff going on here.
What's happening?
Well, first of all, the Go Bowling at the Glen NASCAR Cup Series race. It's the second race in the NASCAR playoffs. It is coming to Watkins Glen September 15th. This is our last pair of tickets to give you. They're on sale right now at theglen.com. If I were you and you want a free pair of tickets,
What do?
I would sit tight for a little while longer.
I got to wait.
Wink.
Do not wink at the Glen. So.
We have clearly established that
Ain't no winking at the Glen.
Bro, you know what? You know why Dale Earnhardt wore those glasses? Because he was winking at everybody all the time.
Oh.
Yeah. Shut up.
Maybe he shouldn't have done that.
Tommy Muley at WCMF.com. So we'll get you those in a little while. But it is Friday.
Yeah.
Right? Tommy says a lot of disgusting, disturbing things.
You're welcome.
All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. It's a Creep Cap happens now on CMF.
Yeah. Oh, man. All right. God. All right. How hard? Okay. All right. I love it.
The texture. Well, yeah, if there's actual fish in the ice cream, I don't want it. But like a fish flavor.
Flavor. Nah, it wouldn't work, man. You know, it's going to taste nasty.
Shut up. I know. Everyone knows where you're going, stupid.
What, to your mom's house?
But why would I want double corn?
Double corn? I would love to be double corn.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Wait, you
No,
tell me?
I cannot take
How is this gonna
myself.
work? Yeah.
Me being double
I was
corn,
about
somebody
to
would have to
go.
establish
I was about
a double corn. Well, you looked at me.
You don't know what's gonna happen.
Exactly.
I'm going to take that risk. I'm doing me some space sucker.
No, but if something goes wrong, you're up. There's no way to get home.
I'm bored.
Bro, you could rip your doll off.
Okay, I'll run that risk.
Used words like animal notes, wet hair, cheesy, and leathery to describe the champagne they tasted. But despite that,
You sure they weren't tasting your mom? Little cheesy, little hairy.
You ate them already?
Yes.
Those are huge.
well, yeah, I mean, size never really mattered.
That thing was this big, and I choked that sucker down. And it was like this big around. But it made my mother proud. Damn.
It was a pumper.
Oh, your mom was living down there? The old pumper. Let's break out the old pumper. She's wet and ready.
For God's
Whoa.
sakes,
Well,
man.
they got to be loaded up with
It's
water.
6:28 in the morning.
Yeah.
It's into the back of the plane, right?
Yeah, you look like you're Jay Ellen back there.
Hey, remember
Is
who
there
you
like a
said was
theme
in the
going
plane
on
before
today?
you idiot? Can we go home now?
I
No,
know.
it doesn't, they don't connect. I'm just saying, like your face would look like that. I don't know what you look like.
For God's sakes.
It's so good to be a creep.
There it is, the Creep Cap on CMF. So the Duffy family,
Yeah, what's going on?
we're having some people over on Saturday night.
Oh, nice.
And, your mic's off. And
Party.
only the best producer in town doesn't know when her own mic is on. So my plan is to smoke a pork shoulder.
Oh, delish.
So I have a smoker. I haven't gotten to use it. It's been a very,
Right.
very busy.
Got your new Blackstone.
Yes, I was gonna put a nice rub on it.
Oh,
have my
rub it
wife
up.
make some guacamole, do some peppers, do pork tacos. That was my plan.
My God, that's delish.
I'm super pumped, right?
Yeah.
So my wife tells me I need to reach out to the two couples that are coming over, make sure they're good with pork, and see if there's any food allergies.
Who doesn't eat pork?
So there are
A lot of
lots
people.
who don't eat
It's
pork.
the other white meat. Eat it.
I can think of literally 3 large groups of people, religious and
Okay, I
ethnic,
get
that don't
religion,
eat pork.
but
Yeah.
even y'all like pork. You just don't do it.
Okay, Kimmy, is it standard practice now to have to reach out to people and
It's
ask
a
these
smart
questions?
move. I will say, like, I don't think it happens all the time though. Like everywhere, if I'm going to like a party or anything, that's not always a discussion beforehand.
Okay.
It kind of ruins the party vibe, though, doesn't it? Hey,
Well,
we're
I
getting
know-
together.
I will say a lot of people I know with kids, if they're throwing a kid's birthday party, that is always a question asked to other
this is
parents because they don't
adult.
want any
Yes.
kid to feel left out.
No,
you
no,
know?
yeah, it's grown ass people. Party.
Yeah, and it kind of ruins it.
Why does it ruin it?
Hey, we're gonna party. Does anybody have any issues before we get started with our party?
Why would I say it like that?
Because that's what it sounds like. A dietitian shows up.
So I make the calls.
Yeah.
All right, I text, and the first couple, one of them is allergic to nuts.
Okay.
And the dry
That's a
rub,
standard one.
The dry rub I was going to use contains nuts.
Oh.
But
Well,
that's
you-
okay.
So you need a non-nut rub.
I do need a nut rub.
Those are hard to find, bro.
Are they?
Yeah.
There's no business that was recently
You are
established?
lucking out, brother,
Get
because
out of here.
it's Friday, and good luck finding non-nut rub.
Well, where could I get some, you think?
Just so happens I got into the non-nut rub business.
Where would that be?
I got a little kiosk in the men's room.
What's it called?
It's called Old Uncle Tommy's number 7 Old Nut Rub in Your Mouth Sauce.
I believe anything you do does not have a single nut involved. But Kimmy, here's the thing. You said standard, right? Nut allergy. I can get around that. I'll just change the
Yeah,
rub I'm
yeah,
gonna
that's
use.
not
Yeah.
uncommon.
The other person coming
Yeah.
is allergic to tomatoes and peppers.
I never heard tomato.
Neither
Is it
did I.
the seeds? Like, is it the?
No idea. I didn't ask questions after. It's called a nightshade allergy.
What's a nightshade?
Nightshade is like those types of vegetables, peppers, tomatoes.
Did not know that.
Yeah.
All right, so you can't eat it. Man, how do you go through life?
How
No,
do
you can't have tomato
How
sauce.
do you live?
How do you have tomato sauce?
Well,
Tough in this town.
I would say nuts is harder than tomato.
You can't have a pizza.
Well, you can get pizza with white sauce.
Even white sauce has a little
No, it
marinara on the
doesn't.
bottom.
No, it doesn't.
You idiot.
You
What is
sure?
wrong with you? Why
talking
do we talk
about?
food with him?
Why
He just
would they
makes
call it
stuff
a
up.
white sauce?
Because there's white on top, red on the bottom.
No, that's your mom. You heard what I said.
It's
All
like
right.
having a month.
So now I can't do peppers and onions
Or my
with
mom.
the tacos or your mom. So all right, this sucks, but whatever, it's
All
fine.
right.
So I got a
Pivot.
second family. There is a kid in this one.
All right.
All right. Dude's wife doesn't eat pork. His daughter is a pescatarian. Do you know what a pescatarian is?
I have never heard of it. It sounds like a religion.
Vegetarian, but with fish.
Bingo.
But they can get divorced.
The only living thing they will eat is fish.
Okay. Well, that at least gives you some. Man, that's tough, man.
Okay, here's a
What
problem.
are you gonna smoke a tuna?
Well, they. My dry rub pulled pork shoulder taco.
You're the only
party.
one eating it.
Yes.
So it's done. You can't do it.
Well, I've got two options. I could completely abandon smoking the pork and doing tacos, which I'm not gonna do.
Fish
'Cause
tacos.
But here's the thing: my wife makes dynamite fish tacos.
She
You guys
does.
have actually had them
Yes.
before.
Yeah.
But all I want to do is smoke this pork shoulder, and I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna
You
do
had
it.
it set in your mind you're going to do it. So,
So you're
it's
gonna
happening.
smoke a whole pork shoulder.
Yes.
for yourself.
Yes.
And
Yes, I am.
you only cheat one day a week. So what are you gonna eat? 4 pounds of pork on a Sunday?
Watch me. No, my kids will eat it. My wife will eat it.
All right.
So now the plan is I have to make 3 different entrees and like 5 different sides to make sure everyone has something to eat or doesn't die
It
from a
ain't
food
even work.
allergy.
Cancel the damn party.
I can't
man.
cancel it. I already
No,
invited
it's-
them.
yeah, you can't cancel it due to food allergies. That looks.
No,
that-
like
then
this-
you're gonna make those people feel guilty for making a special request, I guess.
252 WCMF 2529263. Whose responsibility is it when the menu doesn't fit the lifestyle of the people you are having over? Is it on the host to make sure there is something for everybody, or is it on the person with the allergy to provide their own food to eat, allergy or preference? Because I don't want to invite someone over and then tell them, buy your own food. This isn't a
No.
middle school
Yeah.
field
No,
trip.
that's chintz.
Okay,
You
but
can't go chintz.
So in that way, then I have to do what I'm
It
doing
is on the
here.
host. But learn
Yeah.
your lesson, man.
About what?
Because first of all, you hate doing this. For some reason, all of a sudden, you were never
Well, he's
wanting to
got his
host parties.
Blackstone.
Yes,
Your
I
big
gotta put it to
Blackstone,
use.
come on over, buddy.
He's got a man cave and a Blackstone.
and you don't use either of them properly.
Okay, properly. F you. What do you mean? What's properly? You cook fennel on your Blackstone, you bitch. What were you saying? I'm sorry.
I don't know why you
Proper fennel etiquette on a Blackstone, you bitch ass no nut bitch.
smoke some fennel. Like, why do it?
Because I want to smoke this pork
But
shoulder.
yeah, that you could do on your own.
Yeah, I'm not gonna smoke a pork shoulder by myself like a psycho.
It's not going to be a fun party.
Shut up.
This has got to be the
You
most
wouldn't eat- okay,
fun barbecue
You don't
party.
have a You don't have a barbecue. You don't have a food allergy, and you wouldn't even eat this stuff anyways.
I'm trying to watch. I got to watch the cholesterol.
No.
and
So
salt.
you're
God
even
forbid you
worse.
die.
You're even worse because you're
Make your party?
choosing. You're choosing not to eat those things. Like the people that you're having over, like they really can't eat those things because
I understand.
it'll hurt them. You're like, no, too many calories. Not for me.
All right.
I mean, look, this
So
is
it is on you.
No, but it is a legit issue now. Like, food allergies are more prominent than ever. And I know there are guys like you it's the soft-ass kids that ruined it with the peanuts and everything.
Well, bro, we all went to parties, but when I was a kid, and everybody ate, and nobody died that night.
The last few years, I've seen adults developing allergies later in life. It's a legitimate thing. Like this tomato allergy, that person didn't develop it until they were grown ass. 2 of your 3 wives, 66% of your wives had severe
Yeah.
food allergies.
Yes, they did.
Your first wife, chocolate. Your second wife, shellfish.
Yeah.
Which sucks because of your little shrimp down there.
I know.
Always puffed up.
And damn it, it never took. I tried and I tried. Chocolate-covered shrimp. I thought it would be a hit.
Kimmy, you've heard stories of people in their 30s and 40s. All of a sudden, they're lactose intolerant.
Yeah,
no,
no,
I
No
know.
milk.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, I know a lot of people, and it's not that it's severe enough where they could die, but it's just they realized like, oh, that's why my skin's breaking out,
Or
or
you get
that's
the
why,
squirts.
you know what I mean? Like they realized like that's what's irritating their stomach.
Come over to Pat's house for a Saturday night squirt.
Saturday night squirt party. No, that sounds way worse than what it was supposed to be.
All right.
Look, these people can't control it.
I know.
But it does make so much more work.
Bro, it's impossible because now, like you said, you're a dietitian now. You're not even running a restaurant anymore. It's like a nursing home, and you got everybody's got you got to look at their medical chart to see what they can have tonight.
It was nice of you to ask, only because I think a lot of people with food allergies, they'll just like politely maybe they'll find like one or two things to eat at a party, and then they kind of just sit back and. They don't want to nobody wants to make a big deal out of their allergies. So it's nice that you asked ahead of time so that way they don't have to tell you once they get there.
Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing right
Such a not fun part.
This is going to be fun.
I mean, everybody's going to be eating their proper amount of food, listening to Queen all night, drinking chalky beer.
Chalky beer. Shut up, man. You're just upset you were invited. That's what
It's
this
really
is.
cool, man.
Bro, if I had you over, here's the funniest part. If I had you
I
over,
would just drink.
No, everything on the menu, you still wouldn't eat. That's what a bitch you are.
I would eat the fish. I've eat pork.
I've eat pork.
I eat pork.
You're a professional broadcaster. I've eat pork.
Yeah.
You idiot. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Duffy family's having people over tomorrow night. I was really excited because I wanted to use my smoker for the first time and smoke a pork shoulder, make pork tacos. Super thrilled. My wife tells me I got to call all these people that are coming over, these two couples, look out for food allergies. First couple, one of them is allergic to nuts. The other one's allergic to tomatoes and peppers. So there goes the tacos and the rub I was going to use. Second family, dude's wife doesn't eat pork. Guy's daughter is a pescatarian, meaning the only living thing she eats is fish. So now I have to have chicken, fish, and pork as options for the tacos. We have to get rid of the tomatoes. We have to get rid of the peppers. And my wife, who makes an unbelievable guacamole, that changes the guacamole recipe.
Wait, why can't you have guacamole?
Tomatoes.
Oh, man.
I mean, she's going to take
Can't you
the
just,
tomatoes
yeah,
out.
I was going to say, just take them out.
But it's not the same.
Well, just do it. Can she eat other kind of dip?
What are you talking about?
Well, instead of guacamole.
Well, it's
No,
an
I want
easy
my
fix.
wife's guacamole.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
want my wife's guacamole.
All right, but it could kill somebody.
I want my wife's guacamole.
All right.
252-WCMF. We got a ton of Facebook messages coming in. We'll get to those in a second. Joe is on CMF. Hey, Joe, what's up, buddy?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey.
Doc, you can keep with the original plan, brother. Just keep everything separate, man. That's
Well,
all
the
you
one
gotta
woman
do.
doesn't eat pork, and the other girl only eats fish.
So you keep it separate. You could smoke a tuna in about an hour with a good brine, brother.
I was kidding. I don't want to know what a smoked tuna smells like, man.
Oh, you don't?
All you got to do is ask Tommy. Anyways, I didn't hear you say anybody's allergic to tequila. So serve enough of that, and you got no problem.
All right, sounds like a plan, man.
I'm just saying, man. You can put them both on the smoker together. You'll have a pig that swims and a fish that oinks. What the hell? Go for it.
But are you sure that wouldn't like cross-contaminate and like get
Yeah, you
I don't
can't
know
have
how
things
that
touch
works. I
things.
would play it safe.
The only thing that you might have a fishy smelling pork, but like I said,
That
Tommy will
sounds
tell you how to
awful.
handle that.
fishy smelling pork? Hey, Joe, let me ask you: do you ask people before they come over these kind of questions?
Honestly, bro, the common protocol, you should definitely ask if you're hosting a party. It's on you. Absolutely. You did the right thing.
It just takes partying to it. Such a weak ass. We have to have proper
Yeah,
protocol before we enjoy our evening this evening. I'm going to go over to my hi-fi and put on my vinyl record now, and we'll all listen to.
Better,
Yeah.
better to be safe, though, than to have to call 911 for
Yeah,
someone.
that'll ruin a party pretty quick.
Why do you think they made 911?
Why do you think
You know what?
Party on.
if we don't use it, it's going to go away?
Bologna sandwiches for everybody and just keep drinking.
That sounds good, actually. Joe, thanks for the call, buddy. Oh, I could do fried bologna on the
Bro.
pescatarian.
If you think any, yeah,
And it's pork also.
I'm guessing some of these people are also like anti-bologna.
Anti-bologna. Nobody's
Anti-bologna.
anti-bologna.
Because bologna gets a bad rap.
Well, bologna is like terrible for you.
Yeah, that's what
Not
I'm
great.
saying. But it's so delicious.
Oh, yeah, it is.
I guess like you kind of do this to an extent though, because you've had us over, Tommy, and you always ask like, "Do you guys like that?" Like you will ask us for our menu preferences.
It's because he has no friends, and he needs to make sure people keep coming over. Hey, will you please keep being my friend? Hey, if I give you $50, you come over to my house and make my wife think I have friends.
It's the same concept.
I know.
You want to make sure everybody's having something that they like and enjoy.
It's gonna kill partying. 50
No,
years
wouldn't you
from
just
now,
buy more? Because you have to buy more things.
That gets expensive.
No, but she's saying that actually helps the economy,
Yes.
like you always say.
Right.
The party economy, if you will.
The non-nut economy.
Facebook message is coming in. You can always get us at WCMF at the Break Room Facebook page. Bill writes us on Facebook. Duffy, quit complaining. Make it easy on yourself. You don't have to be a grill master douche. You can just get a big pizza and call it a day. Tomato allergy, you idiot. Tomato
White
allergy.
pizza.
God. How is everyone so stupid? Look, that's what's so effing insane about this whole thing. Between 6 or 7 people, 2/3 of all standard cookout items are off the table. Between the nut allergy, the tomatoes, the peppers, the no pork, and the pescatarian.
And by the way, I would much rather cater to somebody's food allergy than guy who just wants something weird on his pizza, so you got to order a different pizza.
Preach that. Amen, sister.
Well, I really like mine with pineapple and anchovies.
Oh, God.
Okay, man, I guess you could get your own pizza.
I love Kimmy so bad she's now doing her own scene from her one-woman play, Kimmy and the Pizza. Oh, that's okay, man.
But like, you know, like there's just
Kimmy,
some
you
people.
said, yeah, shut up, man.
They just can't, like, they need like their own specific meal, not because of any dietary restrictions, but just because they like it better that way.
No, you're right. You're right.
And I felt bad because, like, you had an idea when you were thinking about this party how it was going to go, right?
Yeah.
And it ain't even close now, right? Because you had a vibe in your head and a conversation.
Well, no, I
with
don't even
people.
think it changes the vibe. I don't think it changes the vibe. I just have to do more work. That's all.
Well, that changes the vibe, brother.
How so?
Because it's all right.
I just look. I'm going to smoke my pork. I'm going to put the chicken on the Blackstone. I'm going to do my wife do the fish tacos, and we're good.
All right.
And we're good. And I can't have peppers and onions.
Right.
Damn it. Jake rates us on Facebook. We'll wrap it up with this, talking about the food allergies that everyone has now. You only have to ask about food allergies with kids. I always ask when my kids' friends come over because they may not think about it, but adults are definitely on their own. They can stop at Chipotle on the way home if they have to. That's such a dick move.
Yes, that is.
You want to come over and hang out? Wait, what side are you on, you ass?
Well, I mean, I want people to come over and have a good time.
But I also want you to potentially die.
No, not die. Just don't come over.
You just said I want people to come over, have a good time, or just don't come over.
I will say this. And then I'm being a dick here.
Oh, here we hands are up again. He's fencing.
I wouldn't invite you over again.
I like these people.
You were married to these people.
Two
What do
of
you
them.
mean?
Yeah, where are they now? Out you go, chocolate girl. Chocolate girl. No, but I wouldn't invite them over. It's too much, I want
You're not even
non-allergenic
doing it.
people. I want people that can eat nuts and have some pork and get down on it.
As a guy who doesn't have very many friends already, that's a bold statement to make. You're going to be down to 0.
I'm already there.
Like, let's not be picky about who we have over.
She's right, you fennel grilling dick. Let's take a break. I want to say there ain't no food allergies at a NASCAR tailgate, but that's not even for sure anymore. Oh, you can go find out for yourself. We got a pair of tickets. Call Ray right now, 252-WCMF. Grandstand tickets to the Sunday, September 15th NASCAR playoffs at Watkins Glen. This year's Go Bowling at the Glen NASCAR Cup Series race, the second race in the NASCAR playoffs, round of 16. To purchase tickets or for additional info on camping, hospitality, and more, go to theglen.com. 8th caller right now, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. You are going to the Glen, buddy.
Damn.
Weekend is racing. 8th caller, 252-WCMF here in the break room, also on CMF. This is being made as like a super romantic Americana. Like this is something every father and son hopes to grow up and accomplish.
Oh, great.
And in this case, it's wonderful.
All right.
For everybody else listening, this would be a nightmare. A nightmare.
Really?
2 guys from Fairport done good, finally getting honored for it.
But it's a nightmare.
Well, could you work with your father? Next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. There are people that would see this as a dream.
Oh.
Father and son not only working hand in hand and molding young minds together, but being wildly successful at it. And here's the thing.
Yeah.
These two men do deserve all the applause they're getting this week.
Yeah.
But as romantic as this sounds, these guys could be 1 in a million. Because when it comes to almost everyone else and their dads, this would be a disaster of a nightmare. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. How about your chance at your share of $100,000?
$100,000, Dad.
Download the free Odyssey app, log in, listen to CMF on the app for 1 hour each weekday. That is your daily entry for your chance at your share of $100,000 in this national contest. Good luck from your friends here on CMF. Tommy, allow me to introduce you to the Fitch family.
The Fitch family?
Yes. Jeff Fitch worked as the basketball coach at Fairport High School for 33 years.
Oh, it's a long time to be a coach.
And he's a legend in those parts, Tommy. He played college ball at East Texas State. He won almost 500 games as the head coach at Fairport, 12 Monroe County League titles, Section 5 Coach of the Year 9 times, and is a Section 5 Hall of Famer.
He's the man.
Yeah, that's a lot of success.
He had such an impact on that program in town. The Fairport gym is named Coach Finch Court.
All right.
And that would be enough. That would be enough for one family name for a generation. But he wasn't the only basketball Finch.
Really?
His son Scott then jumped into his shoes and took over the program. Scott took over in 01. He's won Section 5 Coach of the Year twice, AGR Coach of the Year once. He won back-to-back Section 5 championships, took the team to the state Final Four, and in 2017, his team made it all the way to the state championship game. And on top of that, Scott works with USA Basketball, training the best youth players in the country. So every American NBA superstar you watch on TV and in the Olympics
has met this kid.
He has had a hand in coaching those kids. I've been fortunate enough to spend some time with Scott. He is a super cool guy.
Wait, you know him?
The reason I bring this up, he's like super laid back, the most humble guy you'll ever meet, and then he'll tell you a 20-minute story about Kevin Durant at 16 years old. It's amazing.
All right.
Now, the reason we share this, Tuesday night, father and son Finch were honored by the Monroe County Legislature for their combined 56 years of coaching at Fairport. And in the story they did on it, the younger Finch talked about how special the whole journey has been. How one of the best parts of the whole thing was getting to share all of this with his dad, connect with him in ways he never thought possible. Scott says his dad still comes to every practice, that they go out together after every game.
Hey, every game?
Every game. And you hear that story, and it's heartwarming. It's very Americana. And it seems like a dream that every child and father would want. Until you actually think about it and realize no other father-child combo
would work.
Ever could make this work.
In sync with everything.
Kimmy, for God's sakes, how many people would want to kill their dad in that exact same situation that sounds so awesome?
And not only that, but I think it would build up because you couldn't do it in front of the kids. So, I mean, I guess you could, but I'm guessing like part of that whole the trickiness of working with your dad would be like trying to like keep it in until like you had a chance to be like, hey, that I don't agree with that, or we could have done that differently, or you know what I mean?
There's no way. I know. Look, I'm speaking from my personal thing, and I think I'm speaking for you as well. As much as I wouldn't want to blow up in front of the kids, overall, he's been there since 01.
Yeah.
In 23 years, there's
You
no
could
way I
keep
would
it locked
not.
up.
Yeah, no, I could. There would be a time. There would be 10 times where I'd have blown up in front of the kids and like brought up personal stuff from my childhood in front of those kids.
It's because of you, Dad.
Like they're sweating, they got backwards basketball pennies on. I'm yelling at her about how he took me to Ponderosa for my high school graduation dinner.
Because I always think the longer you work with somebody like that, you have less respect for the body of work because you're too close to it.
Oh, good call.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And because they probably didn't even realize in the moment the
success they've had,
the amount they've had. You know what I mean?
Sure.
I don't mean that in a mean way. It's just human nature to me.
Well, I mean, you're plugging away. Like once something eventually becomes a standard. No, you're right, right? Like it's not until you finish something do you get to look back on it and go, wow. And like past that, like we talked about, you know, the Father Fincher. He has had massive success in a position that people loved him for. Think about how hard it would be to follow that.
The dedication to have that kind of a run is insane.
And, like, look, I can't speak for Jeff Finch here, the elder Finch, the basketball coach, the first one. But most dads, Tommy, they know it all.
And they have no patience.
And they're going to tell you all about it while having no patience. And if you aren't doing it the way that I showed you, get out of the way
Right.
so I can show you the right way to do these things.
Well, especially if that guy's had success, right?
Oh, yeah.
Because he's not going to want to change the way he's doing things because, well, you can't argue with what I've done in the past, even though, there are things that you can learn along the way. But I would imagine that it's tough to have an argument with a guy that's had that much success.
And think about how, if they wanted to,
Yeah.
they could have friction. Like you have this father who, 3 decades of coaching, success like really no other basketball coach has seen in
Right.
this town in the last, 40 years, right? And that's amazing. And then you have the son who, he's taken over his father's shoes, but he's also had a hand in training the best American basketball players in history. So if he wanted to, he could be like, hey, man, I was hanging out with LeBron and Kevin Durant and Russell Westbrook and Draymond Green and all of these guys, so I got it. I mean, the craziest part of this story is
What's
how
that?
Dad still comes to every practice and game.
That would annoy the crap out of me. It would. I would hate it. I every time I got together with my father, even later in life, I would make a concerted effort in my head. I'd go, okay, you're going to be cool. And it wouldn't last an hour. And I was losing it.
Yeah.
I couldn't stand him. And I just hate to say it, man, but I could not stand to be in a room with him.
Well, look
And we
at,
had similar tastes.
look at it this way. If you had a son, he would feel the same way about you.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And I would hate that kid.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Again, we're talking about Jeff Finch and his son Scott. They have tag teamed the Fairport head basketball coaching job for the last 50 years, essentially. Both of them have had unbelievable success. And in this story, where they're honored by Monroe County this week for all the success that they've had, they talk about how special their relationship is and how great it was doing this together and how Dad still comes to every practice and game and they go out after every game and get together and talk about it. And the son talks about how this relationship has been so special to him because he's seeing things that normal guys don't see in their fathers.
I would think this is one of the toughest jobs ever to do with your dad, only because it's almost like you have to agree on a form of parenting with your dad.
Oh, you mean with the kids?
Yeah, with the kids and
It's a
just
system.
it's like you grew up and your dad ran things a certain way, and that's how he felt like he would make an impact on you or the athletes. And I'm sure that you have two very different views of how to deal with kids.
And all the pressure's on the kid, not the dad.
You're right.
Because he's got the body of work, right? The kid's got to match his body of work.
I would think coaching or running any type of team would be one of the toughest jobs to do with your dad on an equal level.
And I think you guys bring up the biggest stress with most parent-child situations like this. Tell me if I'm wrong.
Right.
And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Most dads will take credit for all the success and run from all the failures. It's a no-win situation because if you're successful, right, well, it's thanks to good old dad. And I don't know about your dad, but my dad would take full credit, right? I taught him everything he knows. And if all of a sudden you show up, and look, coaching high school basketball is not easy, right? If you're not successful, well, I did everything I could, just didn't take.
Yeah.
People say he's more like his mother anyways.
Yeah, you're not going to take the blame.
And you kind of have to let one person lead, which that has to be a power struggle with a lot of father-sons especially.
Well, sitting back and watching them do what you did.
Right.
Because you're both control freaks. And I don't mean that in a negative way. I mean, to be a coach, to be a parent, you have to be a control freak, which means you don't let anything go.
You're the leader.
Right. And when you're both trying to be the leader, that's got to create a lot of... I can't believe they get along.
I'm with you.
I know. It's such a unique situation.
And here's the thing, man. As much as we talk about how you would hate this and I would hate this, Kimmy, you don't think you could make this work with your father?
No.
Okay.
No, my dad and I and my brother, we just know that, we know our limits. You know what I mean?
I am
we
impressed,
know
though.
that, that just would not work.
I am impressed when I meet these guys and when they talk about their fathers. It's almost like they're talking about a god. My dad, he was like this and like that. And I go, man, what did they make them guys?
I love how today you were impressed because normally you go, that guy's a sucker.
If you can't be on the same team with your dad playing a board game or any kind of
point.
trivia or any type of competition, it's probably not a good idea to work closely with your dad.
But you're right.
Especially if your dad's a type A. Type A dads are the worst.
ADAs you're talking about?
What's that?
ADADs. ADAs.
Whatever they are.
Well, look, but like going further on your point, Tommy, like as much as this doesn't sound like it's fun for me and you and Kimmy, right? I don't know about you guys, but I am jealous.
Oh,
of
yeah.
it.
It's, I mean, this is a movie.
Yes, it's every cheesy 80s movie you've ever
Right.
seen. Small town, family obsessed with basketball, the passing of the torch. Like, I have this image in my head of these guys walking off the court every night, and dad has his arm around his son. He looks at him and he goes, "You know what, Scott? You done good.
Yeah.
You done good, kid."
He's the one lame dad that has a very cool story.
Yeah. And, like, I would love to have that. I think it's just impossible for most people.
Yeah.
And I'll even make the argument maybe that being a good father, and I'm not saying this guy's not a good father, obviously, but, when it comes to certain types of parenting, sometimes there needs to be that tension maybe to raise a kid the right way.
Okay, all right. A little friction.
Like maybe this son in this situation was just such a good kid and was so driven on his own that you didn't need that friction. But, I mean, that friction exists because, well, I mean, fathers do make mistakes. But at the same time, we were all dicks growing up. And, you had to step in as a father and say things sometimes. It also makes you think about if you're a father of children, what your relationship is going to be like with your kids when they grow up.
Oh.
Because even if you had a tough relationship with your dad or your mom, you just assume, well, I mean, my kids are going to love me when I'm grown up.
Because I'm not going to make the same mistakes.
Yes.
Right? You're going to do it different.
Yeah, but in not making the same mistakes, you're making different mistakes.
Yeah.
I know I'm making mistakes. I just don't know what those mistakes are yet. I can't wait for my daughters in their mid-30s to look me in the face and tell me all the things I did wrong.
You may not have to wait that long, though. No, I just think.
Well, no, I'm getting it now, but she's 14, so it doesn't really matter.
All right.
You know what I mean? Everything's wrong. She will look me in the face, say something. I'll go, "But you said this," and she'll go, "No, I didn't." It's amazing.
Yes, you did.
It is amazing to watch. By the way, like outside of this specific situation with this father-son coach combo in Fairport who are being honored in Monroe County this week, you know who the arrangement would be the hardest for outside of father and son?
Oh.
Mom.
Oh, yeah, she's kind of odd man out.
Like she gets stuck in the middle of dad and kid dynamic from the moment that kid is born until she's no longer with us.
Yeah,
right?
you're kind of overshadowed.
I don't even mean that.
What do you mean?
Look, she's going to hear all the things dad thinks the kid is doing wrong.
Yeah.
She's obviously going to have a soft spot for her child.
Yes.
And if there is friction, which there would be in almost every circumstance but this one, she's either going to have to mediate, pick a side, or get stuck in the middle of the argument.
And she's got to be, and I don't know this woman, but
Well, we don't even know.
she's got to be sick of basketball. Like, shut up. Everything with you two is a net.
I mean, there are mothers that could play the sport as well. Like it's just a basketball family.
But you know how after a while, God damn it, man, I don't care.
252 WCMF 252-9263. A man who we look at as the perfect father on this show.
Oh, really?
Any father questions we have, we go to this man.
Okay.
Teddy is on CMF. Hello, Teddy. How are you, brother?
Good morning. How are you?
Good, man. What's up?
Hey, I think it's working with your kid is his blessing because after they going to college, you probably realize, oh my God, all those kids is gone. I wish I have spent more time with the kids back then when they were growing up. You know.
I get you looking at it from your point of view, Teddy. I totally understand because I think every parent feels that way. You just look at your phone waiting for it to ring to hear from the kids. I'll ask you this, Teddy, and we're on his show, and you seem like a guy that's got pretty good self-awareness. Do you think your kids would want to work with you?
I don't give them a choice.
I mean, all right, so you work with them, Teddy. So is there friction between you and your kids in a professional setting?
No. Actually, the first night when my son was 13, I took to the restaurant passing the paper. He was crying.
You're laughing, Teddy. Teddy, you're laughing at that.
Yeah, no problem there.
Yeah. You know what I tell him? I said, this is a school of life. I told him, going to work with your child. What I'm working, but this is your school. That I teach them how hard is it working, becoming a good person and a responsible person.
I hate you, and you just told me a 30-second story, and I hate you already,
See?
Teddy.
I couldn't work with Teddy.
Oh, good. Good. At least I make my day.
Well, look, maybe we shouldn't badmouth Teddy because when we get fired from this job, we do need a paycheck.
Yes, we do.
Hey, actually, Tommy, when are you going to be retired so I can take over your job?
Well, there's a seat right now if you want it.
I would listen to Teddy in the morning.
You better.
Teddy, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. That's what I mean, though. He was crying. This is the school of
Yeah.
hard
But he
knocks.
thought it was
Shut up.
funny.
This is how
Shut
life
up.
works.
He enjoyed it.
All right, let's take a break. We talked about the Matt Milano news earlier today. If you
Terrible
haven't heard,
story.
yes, it is terrible. Bills linebacker Matt Milano tore his bicep in practice earlier this week. He is out. Best case scenario, November. Looks like December could be the whole season, and that's not great. But there was an exciting Bills story yesterday past this
Oh.
preseason game tomorrow night live on CMF.
What's going on?
If this happens, and it's not out of the question, Kimmy, I think you're right. This would be the biggest event to ever hit Western New York in its history.
I was trying to
come
wrap.
on.
I was
Okay,
trying
I'm
to.
sorry. Outside of a president being shot
Yeah.
at a World's Fair.
Thank you.
Since then,
All right.
But like planned event.
yeah, well, I mean, the guy who shot him planned.
Oh, yeah.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. I think Kimmy's right.
What happened?
If this were to happen, it would be the biggest event Western New York has ever seen.
Really?
Yes, and it's possible.
So what?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. Your Buffalo Bills take on the Pittsburgh Steelers tomorrow night live right here on 96.5 WCMF, 7 p.m. kickoff. The scary news for the Bills season, at least. Yesterday, linebacker Matt Milano will miss best case scenario till mid-November. Worst case scenario, the rest of the season. They're looking at December with a torn bicep he suffered earlier this week in practice. We talked about this morning how why, God, why?
Yeah.
But there was exciting Bills news yesterday.
What's the exciting news?
The Buffalo Bills have officially submitted to host the NFL Draft in either 2028 or 2029.
Oh. All right. That's pretty cool.
And that's that. No, I mean, so, like, there are people that saw this story yesterday nationally and were like, oh, Buffalo would never be able to host the draft.
Yeah.
But there's no reason why they couldn't. Detroit and Kansas City have done it. They're cold-weather, blue-collar cities without the traditional glitz and glamour of Radio City Music Hall or Vegas or places like that.
Right.
The Buffalo Bills will be opening their new stadium in 2026.
Oh, they get to show that off.
Yes, and the NFL wants fans traveling for games. It's been a new initiative of them. This would be a 3-day-long advertisement to come and see this new palace that the Buffalo Bills have built.
So do you do it downtown and like take over the street like they did in Detroit,
think
or
you
do you
do it
do
in
it right
Orchard Park.
inside the stadium?
I think you do it at Orchard Park.
Yeah.
So Detroit did it downtown,
Look pretty cool.
but their
Yeah.
stadium is downtown.
Right.
Right?
All right.
So, I mean, Kansas City did it downtown. Their stadium's out in the burbs. I would think you would have to do it in Orchard Park. And the only reason you would be doing it is because you had the new stadium.
But then I guess though, because when they do the draft, it's usually like on a stage or theater or something like that. Would they have the draft in a separate, like the actual draft in a separate place?
So you could do it one of two ways. You could do it the way Detroit did it,
Yeah.
where you have the stage set up down the street from, like, you could do it in the parking lot of Orchard Park,
Yeah.
right? Or you do it inside the stadium, which I think would be super unique because I can't
Cool.
think of an NFL draft that's been inside a stadium.
So here's it's going to be, well, you don't have enough hotel space.
That is a legitimate concern.
Because that's why
But-
you can never host a Super Bowl, right?
Well, that and weather and
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
market and all that stuff.
But I mean, for something like the draft, it's not like people have to stay in Orchard Park. Like you could stay
even if you're staying in Buffalo,
Buffalo,
there's not enough. I
Erie.
mean,
Buffalo, Batavia, even Rochester.
we're talking tens of thousands, maybe even 100,000 people.
Niagara Falls hotels.
Okay,
I mean,
but then you'd
they're
have
not
to,
far.
You got a border. You need a
Yeah.
passport to get over the border.
It doesn't sound like it's going to happen.
Okay, like that's the one thing now. all of a
That's
sudden
the
you're
biggest thing. Oh, that one major thing?
Well, I mean, we don't know what kind of development shows up with the new stadium, too.
You think they might put some...
But even if
Hotels
they
out
put
there?
one hotel, that's not going to be enough.
No, I understand. I mean, the argument as to why there aren't more hotels around the stadium is they would only need them 8 times a season.
Seasonal.
Right, yeah. So, like, it's not worth the money that
Mm-hmm.
they're putting up. I mean, Kimmy, to your point, I mean, you could have people in Rochester, Batavia, Niagara Falls, American side, but, I mean, 100,000 people is a lot of people.
Yeah.
Right?
You'd have people staying like Erie and coming. You'd have to people like driving hours every day to go back to the draft.
But maybe the NFL doesn't care.
All right.
Yeah.
Right,
If
'cause
people are willing to do it, what do they care?
And I mean, forget other teams coming. Like Bills fans will show up.
Yeah.
There could be 100,000 Bills fans that show
You
up.
think
just
so?
Bills
Yeah,
fans.
I mean, you
The
could.
stadium
You're
seats
not
80, 70
taking into
something.
account like people that live within driving distance that would go.
And it's a free event that would be on national television.
Oh, they don't charge?
No.
Oh, I didn't realize
No,
that.
you just walk in. I mean, there's VIP sections, but you can just
like
go.
the general admission.
Yeah, you can just walk
You
in
could
and
just show
go.
up like a
Freebie.
festival. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I mean, there would be enough space around the stadium, the way that it's laid out with all the extra parking lots and
Plenty of
everything.
parking.
Set up the NFL experience. They could do the NFL experience in the field house, which is a thing that
Yeah.
they do. It's like a big carnival with NFL games and
All
things
right.
like that. I
Sounds
mean,
exciting.
Would you still have the old stadium at that point too, or like when do they?
I think that's why they applied for 2028. I think as soon as they
it
are done
gives
with
you
the
time
new
to
one, yeah,
figure
Take
that
it
out.
down.
they're going to implode it, which will be the saddest day of my life. But I digress. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. The Bills have officially submitted they want to host the NFL draft in 2028 or 2029 with the new stadium in the background. Short of the hotel situation, which is a
Yeah.
legitimate concern, there's no reason why this couldn't happen. And if it does, Kimmy is making the argument this would be the biggest event to ever hit Western
Yeah, I
New
was
York.
trying to think of like any other thing that Buffalo or this region has hosted that would bring in that many people at once.
We've never had an Olympics.
No.
There's never been a World Series.
Nope.
We had the Stanley Cup Finals in '99, but I love hockey. That's dwarfed by what the NFL is now. Can you think of something that would have brought in 100 to 200,000 people into Western New York?
No, nothing. I mean, the Stones don't bring that when they come.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
So this would be it.
The NFL draft, is that a fun thing or a sad thing?
I don't know.
it's sad. I mean, it's kind of sad that you have an NFL team, and this is the biggest thing is the draft. It's not even the game.
Well,
Yeah.
but even if the Bills played in a home AFC championship game, you're going to have 72,000 people. There's like a limited
but you've
number.
never won a championship where you you never won a Super Bowl where you drew a million people downtown.
But you wouldn't have people coming in from out
Right.
of town.
Yeah,
Right.
and you wouldn't have like
Oh.
every team's fan base trying to get in on it.
Unless you
too,
shoot a
know what I mean?
president, no.
I mean, that's just it. It's the Pan American Exposition in 1901.
That got his ass up there.
Yeah, when McKinley was shot and killed.
How many do we know like what the crowd number would have been for something
McKinley?
like that?
Well, I know one guy was there who shot him.
Yeah.
Like I'm just
So one
thinking
at
like
least, at least
size of the event.
But we're also talking about the population of America in
Right.
1901, so
Right.
it's probably not 100,000 people.
It was probably a sea of straw hats.
No, I'm looking at pictures. Top hats.
Oh, the old top hat.
Lot of top
I got
hats.
so the draft is in April, right?
Yes.
And the weather could be
Well, but I mean, again,
All the,
Kansas
but I
City,
mean,
Detroit.
yeah,
I know.
those places have all. Philly hosted it. I think
Yeah.
like even Nashville had it once, and it rained and was like storming the whole time, and they had planned everything outside.
But now that you're mentioning it, I mean, it would have to be a deviation from what they're used to because when they did it in Philly, they did it in front of the Art
Yeah,
Museum next
they
to
had
the
a lot
Rocky
of
statue.
cool stuff.
When they did it in Nashville, they did it on Broadway
Yeah.
with all those bars as your
It
backdrop.
seems like you'd have to do it down. They renovated downtown. You would have to
like
do
near
it downtown.
The what is it called? The KeyBank Center. But
No,
what is that area called?
There's that
Harbor
there's-
Center or
Oh, like so
something?
on the water? No, but
I don't
like
know.
that doesn't. It's
I'm
not
just
a
trying to think of like
good-looking
where
backdrop.
you would have
Especially in
it in
April.
Buffalo.
It's April, man. So you're right. It's going to be pretty bleak.
Where's
Yeah.
that City Hall where they have like the circle?
That's it.
Where they do the
Yeah, that big building
New
would
Year's
have to
Eve
be it.
stuff.
Yeah, but-
is there enough space?
And it's not that pretty looking. With all due respect to Buffalo.
What's but by the way, you also don't have any cool sports statues, do you?
Tim Hortons?
Isn't that? But that's
statue-
outside of the.
That's outside of the Tim Hortons near the KeyBank Center.
So there's no statue to Jim Kelly.
No,
Ralph
at the stadium.
at the stadium.
Yeah, and it's one where you can shake its hand. It's pretty cool.
Are they going to move that? Yeah, they got to move that.
Unless you keep it there as like the welcome to the new stadium.
Right.
Yeah.
It's outside the stadium.
Yeah, so you don't really have any like cool sports
Well,
statues.
there's gonna be some giant buffalo statues outside of the
Outside of
stadium.
the stadium, yeah.
Yeah.
Massive
Right, there you
buffaloes.
go.
Is there not a statue of McKinley?
No.
Now that we're bringing that up,
There-
maybe-
there's
There's a
probably a
plaque,
plaque.
right?
but
yeah.
you probably should have built a statue like right before it happened.
I
where
mean,
he's
there's no
waving.
statue of Kennedy in Dallas. I mean, there's just the
Yeah,
market.
I guess you kind of want to get away from that.
What would that statue look like?
Oh,
I get-
there's a McKinley Memorial in
Plaque,
downtown Buffalo. It's like, oh, you know what it is? It's where there's that big roundabout.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
It's in the middle of that.
Okay,
That's
so-
Oh,
yeah.
Is there a statue of McKinley?
No, it's just the monument.
What's it?
Oh.
Big metal words that say sorry. Sorry.
he was a chubby dude too.
Yes, he was.
He was in them rich portly boys.
Well, I don't think there was a president after Lincoln and then before.
The fatty. We had a run of fatties.
We did. A lot of big old fat
A lot
guys.
of pot-bellied politicians. But that was a sign of wealth back then. And you were fat.
Sure.
You was eating good.
All right, so
A lot of mutton in that belly.
I mean, I hope we can pull this off. I mean, if it does get done, it'll be Rochester native Pete Goelli who does it for him.
Oh, okay.
So
The
that
new
would be
guy.
a pretty cool connection.
All right.
Build a statue to Pete. Having fun of that. All right, let's take a break. Well, we're talking about what would bring people to Western New York and what
Right.
has brought people to Western New York. And the question has been for years and years and years, specifically Rochester, how do we turn it into a tourist destination?
Very hard.
Fast ferry didn't work. I mean, things are starting to work to make us into more of a regional tourist
Yeah,
destination.
like a day's drive type of situation.
But there is a city within a day's drive of us that is making a massive change in an effort to get people to look at it as a party city on rival with Vegas and Miami.
Around here?
Yeah, it's a day's drive.
Okay.
And there are folks that see this and are making the argument that if Rochester were to pull this move,
All right.
they could be on the same level.
Vegas, baby.
We'll tell you what city is now going to be your go-to spot for a weekend away with the boys and the gals.
Really?
Next. Yep, here in the break room on CMF. There are cities that are built to bring adults in to spend money and have fun.
Oh, yeah, party town.
It's their whole economy.
Mm-hmm.
And one move that a city just a drive away from Rochester has decided to make will establish this place as one of them. In fact, it could be the new go-to spot for people looking to get away and to get wild.
A little dirty town.
But if it happened where you lived, would it be something you'd welcome or something that would destroy what you already have?
The fabric of the community.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF will jump right into it. Vegas, Miami, Nashville.
Oh, yeah.
Places that seemingly exist now only for grown-ass people to go get away and get crazy for a weekend.
Get loose in the caboose.
Well, there will soon be a place just like that only a few hours away from Rochester.
Really?
Montreal
Oh.
has announced they will now be allowing bars to stay open 24 hours a day.
That is the perfect town. Because it already is kind of like that up there.
But, I mean, it is also an old-ass city
It is.
with, like, an entire functioning economy. So certain spots in the city are going to have, they're going to call them tourist zones, I guess,
Okay.
in an effort to attract a different type of tourist than what they're already getting. And it's rare, Tommy, you'll see a place that lets bars stay open 24 hours a day.
Right.
What makes Montreal even more unique than a place like Vegas or Nashville? The drinking age in Montreal is only 18.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yes, it is.
Wow.
Yes.
Oh, my God.
So
they
is it-
will load up.
Does that like if you're an American, you can still
drink.
Okay, I didn't know if
And
like
I-
they were like I didn't know if like I know you could, but I didn't know if like technically like you could get in trouble for it.
Well, let me say this. I don't know if it's different because Quebec is different than Ontario, where Niagara
Yeah.
Falls is. But
Yeah.
when I turned 19, all me and my buddies did was
Right.
go to Niagara Falls and get loaded.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, my God.
Oh, Canada.
Yeah, you ain't kidding.
So now you're going to have a spot where kids can legally drink and get wild and nonstop. On top of the 24-hour bars, Tommy, there are also casinos in Montreal.
Yes, they are.
Right? So you get the gambling aspect of it. And what makes Montreal unique compared to places like Vegas and Nashville is it wasn't built up as a tourist
No.
destination. It's an actual city with legitimate culture that goes back hundreds of years. It functions as something else. And for those who don't know, Montreal is a quick 5-hour drive northeast from downtown Rochester. Meaning now with these changes, a flight to Vegas or Nashville or Miami isn't necessary when you want to go get wild and have adult fun.
As long as you can get over the border, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. That might actually be a
Yeah.
problem.
Yeah.
That
well,
might stop some people.
This may be your only trip.
252 WCMF. Does this mean Montreal is now going to be a new hotspot for upstate New Yorkers looking to get after it?
It could be the Miami of the North.
I mean, Kimmy, that's a bachelor party weekend, just like it's all ready made for
Yeah.
you. The women in Montreal.
Yeah, but I
Mwah.
get but I do
Oh.
I guess how do the locals want that? Like, is that something like? Are you going to be welcome to a place like that with
they're
open
French.
arms,
The French are very warm and welcoming.
or is it gonna kind of be one of those things where you get there and you're like,
messy?
maybe I don't belong?
I have felt at times in Montreal like they
Like
didn't
I
want
kind
me
of always
there,
heard
just
that,
period.
right?
They're
Like you
French,
could,
bro.
yeah.
Okay, I know.
They French light, but they still French.
But I mean, look,
They
it's
snap.
I guess I just
It's-
I wonder if the city would embrace that something like that, or if you would be annoying for showing up in a big group.
I mean,
a
they
big
hold
bachelor,
huge festivals
bachelorette.
up there.
Yeah, they do, but it's a lot of that stuff is like central to their culture.
No, but I mean, they do a jazz, they do a comedy, they host Formula One up there. I
Okay.
mean, they're
But
pretty
that's
much
like
an
one-time
international.
events. We're talking about like this would be a
Yeah.
She's right.
constant
But-
tourism invite, I guess.
But they're an international city, I guess what I'm saying. So
Okay.
they've seen every jerk we have to offer.
I mean, like, I'm not gonna lie to you, man. When I saw this story,
Oh.
going to see the Sabres on the road in Montreal with casinos
Yeah.
and 24-hour, ho ho ho,
It's
ho,
wild.
Ho ho ho, Bell Center, here I come. So
You'd feel like a GI in 44 running around that place, right? Just
So we-
kissing chicks and chugging wine right out of the neck.
It would
kissing
also
chicks and chugging wine is going on my T-shirt when I go up there.
it would also be tough to do a group thing because it is hard for some people. You're gonna quickly find out what friends have stuff in their past.
That's a good
Oh, yeah.
point.
Yeah.
That's a really good point. Okay, so the idea behind Montreal having now 24-hour bars is to increase tourism and bring people in from the outside. And in theory, any community could do this,
Yeah.
and it would absolutely infuse cash into their community. For example, for years, there have been all kinds of theories as to how to make downtown Rochester a place where people wanted to be. And a quick fix you could allow native tribes to open up casinos downtown.
Oh, boy.
They would do it the second you legalized it, and you could do what Buffalo and New York City does and push last call back to 4 a.m. That's
All right.
already doable in the state of New York. 2 quick moves, and all of a sudden, Rochester becomes an adult playground for the Northeast.
But you need a lot of, like, distractions besides the alcohol to keep them here. You
yeah,
need a
you're
draw.
right.
You know what I mean?
You don't think the casinos would be enough of a draw? Like high-end? Like you tell these
the
native...
casinos are all over the place now. That's the problem.
But if you put 2 or 3 in downtown, right? Tell them this is what, if you're going to, you do it this way or you don't do it at all. We want big, we want
All right.
flashy. I don't know. I'm asking.
I mean, that would help.
Would either of you be interested if the city of Rochester decided to pull that move?
Yes, I'd be very interested.
You wouldn't go to nothing.
I will.
No, you won't.
They got early bird?
Early bird. It's
They got
24
early bird
hours,
fun.
man. It's a
They got
casino.
early bird fun.
They don't shut the casino down. All right, I guess the question is this.
Yeah.
If Rochester were to push last call back till 4, open up 3 skyline casinos,
All right.
hotels, performing arts, all this stuff. Think of what Niagara Falls, Canada
Yeah.
has, right? Would the benefits of an idea like that outweigh the issues that would come with it? Because there would be issues.
Oh, a ton
Yeah,
of issues.
yeah.
Crime would increase. There are arguments to be made that it would have a negative effect on the people that already live here, right? Because, like,
Depends on where you put it, though, because if there are places in downtown Rochester that are already struggling, that are empty, like we talk all the time about that hotel.
Oh,
that,
yeah.
You know what I mean?
Sure.
Like nobody really knows what's going on with it. Like, I guess it couldn't hurt to try putting something else there instead.
oh, I disagree, but that's fine. I
But
can
I mean, how could you? Right now, it's a danger to people. You know what I mean?
I think there's an argument to be made that if you do this, it would become more of a danger than an empty building. I mean, look, we would become a destination. Folks would want to come here and get crazy. It could attract all kinds of new business ideas and entertainment. But in the case of Rochester, with the native casinos, the money wouldn't stay here. It would be funneled right out.
Right.
And, I mean, you've been to cities that use casino gambling as a way to fix their downtown.
Look at Atlantic City. What a gem.
I mean, Detroit, Cleveland did
Right,
it.
yeah.
I mean, you look at the riverboat gambling with big cities in the south along
Yeah,
the Mississippi.
Kansas City tried it.
I mean, those neighborhoods, Kimmy, where the casinos pop up, do not look like you think they will 10
but it
years
kind of
later.
looks crappy now, anyways. I don't know.
I don't
know.
think a casino does the trick for you anyway.
So you don't
Maybe
think
it's not a solution. But I guess what are you gonna? I mean, you're just gonna let that area fall apart.
I mean, the best thing you got going for you right now is Jazz Fest, right?
Okay. In
Because, I
Rochester,
mean, you bring
mean?
in, yeah.
Well,
so
there are people that would argue Fringe Fest has now become more popular.
Fringe is big too, and it brings in people from all over, but it still hasn't popped like beyond here.
Well,
Those are great events,
Sure.
but
Yeah.
I don't hear anybody talking about it out of here.
But I don't think it's supposed to with a city our size. Like, I get why
Yeah.
Montreal or Newport, right? Like Jazz Festival
Right.
specifically.
I mean, Austin has that South by Southwest. That put that city on the map for a lot of people that didn't ever think of Austin as a place to go hang.
You're right, but I mean, they were one of the first people to do something
Right.
like that.
But I think it needs something like that.
Like a one-time event.
It was the first time they did something. You need something like that.
Yeah.
You got to copy it. Which
South,
would
but
be
up here west.
north by northeast.
Over here.
Yeah, but in those
Okay.
places you described, like Austin, like, you know, it was a one-time event that also attracted people to the area to live. Do you
Yeah.
think like Rochester has that power? Like if you came here for a really cool event, would you like it enough to stay?
But do you want them to stay? I mean, like Vegas, people don't stay in Vegas.
Right.
Nashville, people don't stay in Nashville. Miami, people don't move to Miami.
Well,
They
but those places have grown.
Oh yeah.
Vegas has grown.
Okay. But I thought I always assumed Vegas grew because of the jobs that showed up with more tourists coming. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like,
True,
The businesses
true,
grew.
true.
Yeah.
I mean, the biggest stack is we got super ass cold weather like Montreal.
Sure.
But our weather is even worse than Montreal sometimes.
You think so?
I think we get a lot more snow than Montreal.
Yeah, it's the French. Oh, that keeps the snow away.
Is that what it is?
252 WCMF. Montreal, Quebec, Canada is going to have 24-hour bars. 24-hour bars in an effort to attract tourists. And what makes this place more unique than Vegas or Miami or Nashville, the traditional place you go to party, the drinking age is 18. They have gambling.
That's the hook.
Legalized gambling. So this is going to be a party spot that's now a 5-hour drive away from Rochester.
It's also beautiful, isn't it? I mean, you're getting
Yes.
like
It's
a
beautiful.
unique, beautiful.
It's a French city.
scenic
It depends on where you are.
experience.
Some of it's beautiful. Some of it looks like it hasn't been washed since the Hunchback of Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Right?
But it does have
But like the architecture and everything.
It's
I mean,
got
it's
some
just so
charm,
unique.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, don't get me wrong. I like Montreal if I don't have to deal with the people of
you
Montreal.
get a good cup of coffee up there.
Shut up. That is the most old man.
You get that French coffee up there, brother. And they're all good looking.
You know what's funny? If you think we're mentioning other cities that have tried this before, right? Like legalizing gambling and making your place like a night spot. Like, we brought up Detroit, and the city's great, but where the casinos are, not what you think.
Yeah.
Cleveland did this. Cleveland has had a renaissance in nightlife, but where the casino is, again, not
Tank.
what you think.
Right.
The only city that seems to have pulled this off and made it work is Niagara Falls, Canada. And there isn't an explanation as to why it worked there.
Yeah, because it doesn't work on our side.
It's literally a mile away.
Yeah. You
They're-
could see both of them.
Yes, exactly. Right? Like, Niagara Falls has a bustling tourism and night scene, right? They have tons of other stuff to do. They have casinos right on the strip, and
Well, you have that massive tourist attraction too.
but the
Well, so do
American
we.
side has it too.
yeah,
and
but
it's,
a better view on the other side.
I don't think it has to do with the view. I mean, like, think about it. How was Niagara Falls, Canada?
They put money into it. I mean, they embraced it more than we did.
But I mean, you think so? You think that's the difference?
Well, look at Niagara Falls, New York. It's a ghetto.
No, I understand what you're saying.
And they developed. We didn't.
I mean, well, you say developed. I was just there. I mean, it's cheeseball, man. It's all cheeseball.
But it's high-end cheeseball.
Like, I guess in all the other cities that we brought up there, right? Like, there are things you don't want that comes with the casino,
Yes.
right? There are people that all of a sudden develop serious problems, and those people become very visible, right? And that's not in Niagara Falls, Canada.
Yeah.
Unless they're, like, rounding people up in the middle of the night and throwing them in Canadian boxes.
You never know, brother. You never know. But any
The syrup stash, as they call it.
but any fun, you're gonna have problems. It just comes with it.
You think so?
Yeah. I mean, anything you're gonna do like that, there's gonna be there's gonna be some mayholes that show up too. And by the way, they got money too.
A-hole's got money, too.
That's what we ought to be. A-hole town.
Well, and I think there's also
There are people that would argue we're already a-hole
Well, we
town,
need a push.
And the fact that you've worked here 30 years is proof of that.
I think there's also the mentality of people when they go to places like that. It is time to party and become an a-hole, even if they
Yeah.
weren't a-holes.
Cut
It
loose.
brings out the a-hole.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're saying you would not want something like this for Rochester?
I'm not saying I'm against it. I just don't want to deal with it.
So you are against it
I want the kids to have fun.
Away from
over
me.
there,
Over, yeah, by your house.
Kimmy. Would you be
Oh,
open
what do you think?
to? I mean, you think Kimmy's an out all night drinker?
No, I mean, I wouldn't. It's not
Bro.
something that would attract me.
All night chicken wings
But
and
like,
brew.
I guess if there was a way to like revive areas, and if it worked, I'd be for it.
You know, it is funny. We're talking about like Rochester being a 24-hour party city. Wegmans isn't even open 24
No.
hours
Yeah, you're
anymore, right?
Yeah.
You can't go get a plate at 2 in the morning in most places anymore. Well, we used to be a proper community.
Yeah, we were fun.
All right, let's take a break.
All right.
There's a really weird phenomenon happening.
Phenomenon.
I want you to think back to the early 90s.
Okay.
And I want you to think in your head when it came to musicians, pop culture, the most hated people by standard society.
Okay.
Someone, a musician who your mother would never let you have their album.
Yeah.
Right? We're all over the news. You would have your tie and suit politicians. How does our community become that? Because it seems, Tommy, that those very people, most of those very people, have now become beloved icons of America.
So they changed their image.
But they didn't like try to.
No,
It
I
just,
guess they just kind of developed into it.
in the last 3 weeks, two men who you could argue were the face of anti-establishment in America have all of our mothers and grandmothers
The
going,
reason they had to put labels on things.
yes,
Yes.
yes. Our moms and grandmas are going, oh.
Charming.
We'll get into it next here at the break room on 96.5 WCMF. It's been said, Tommy.
What they said.
You either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become a villain. But something recently suggests actually the opposite of that could be happening.
Oh, what happened?
Well, there are a handful of celebrities right now who are beloved, like national mascots.
Yeah.
And if you took a time machine back to the early 90s, not a single person would believe any of these men being applauded and embraced would even be on television or alive anymore.
Wow.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, you can log on
Lagoon?
to WCMF.com. Enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see The Last Waltz. For the first time together, Ryan Bingham, Jamie Johnson, and they're on tour since Tom Petty's passing together. Mike Campbell, Ben Montench of Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, along with Don Was, John Medeski, and others, Friday, November 15th at Kodak Center. Tickets go on sale today at 10 a.m. At Ticketmaster.com. This discussion starts with Flava Flav.
Flavor Flav.
Flava Flav, the musician, former member of Public Enemy and reality show Darling, made international headlines the last 2 weeks after it was revealed he bankrolled the women's U.S. water polo team.
Yeah.
And this all came about when he saw a tweet from one of these women on the team that say they were working 3 jobs each to be able to do this.
Just to keep their heads above water.
Shut up. Shut up. Flava Flav, out of patriotism, cut them a massive check.
Now, Flavor Flav is the one with the big clock.
Big ass clock.
Yep.
Yes. So then, not only does he cut them a huge check so they could do what they were going to do, he, on his own dime, flew to Paris, put himself up, and was at every major event, not only water
like
polo.
a grandpa.
Yes, cheering on the U.S. He said he paid for all of that himself. The only thing he got from NBC were tickets to women's gymnastics. Everything else you saw him at, he paid for those tickets.
Very, very class act.
This week he became
Mr. Flav.
Yes, no, it was. Yeah, Mr. Flav. This week, after it was revealed that U.S. gymnast Jordan Childs could be stripped of her bronze medal because of a judging error, he had a bronze clock made that he is going. He's going to present it to her.
Oh, cool.
He took a picture of it. He's going to fly out to where she is.
That's funny.
He's known for his clock, right? So he's going to present her with a bronze clock. And this guy is awesome. Every mother and grandmother in America thinks he's great. And it's a far cry from how the same people saw him in 1992 as one of the members of the most controversial groups in America, Public Enemy.
So what was the rap against them?
Chuck D, Flava Flav, Professor Griff. I mean, bro, it was some.
I mean, was there like some arrests and?
No, there weren't really any
lyrics.
arrests. It was
I
the
know
lyrics,
the lyrics
of the
are
song.
bad.
Let's just say,
Right.
just go back and listen.
Right.
You would understand why in the early '90s someone would be like,
Scared moms.
You say yes. I mean, the band was called Public Enemy.
Right.
Right. So not only that, Flava Flav had drug problems that he's talked about. He was a laughingstock in Flavor of Love. You remember that reality show?
No.
You don't remember when he?
It was like a dating. It was like The Bachelor, and he was the Bachelor, but it was like.
And then
they kind of made him a joke.
Then he ended up marrying Brigitte Nielsen, the tall blonde from Rocky
Remember that.
4.
Well, that was because wasn't he on the Surreal Life?
Yes, he was. Yes.
So you
That
could
was-
also you could invite him to your backyard and host a party in your backyard for under $10,000.
No kidding.
Yep, knew somebody that had him on the line. Couldn't pull the trigger.
But out of nowhere,
All right.
Flava Flav has become this beloved American figure. And he's not the only one.
Who else you got?
Out of nowhere, Snoop Dogg is America's fun uncle. He was all over the
He's
Olympics.
cuddly.
He is, yes, you're right. Cuddly Snoop Dogg. He was all over the Olympics. That was great. He was hanging out with Martha Stewart.
They're
He was-
like besties.
Well, that developed over
Yeah.
a couple of years ago, right?
Yeah.
He was trying all the sports on the coverage, right? He was sincerely cheering the Olympic athletes on.
He had like custom shirts made for all the athletes.
It was great.
Yeah.
Outside of the Olympics, he's now a member of the judging panel on The Voice. He's got massive endorsements for everyday grocery items like lighters and garbage bags.
He's in commercials.
He sponsors a youth football league where he's from in Los Angeles, and he was part of a Super Bowl halftime show a few years ago.
Didn't his kids go to college at like USC where was on the football team?
Yeah, I mean, there was that year where all the celebrities were
Yeah,
together.
like
You might be
I
right.
thought one of his kids were at least trying out for the team.
Brodus was the last name, I
Right.
think. But look, I mean, with this stuff with Snoop Dogg, it's a far cry from the
What
early
did he
90s.
ever do?
Well, he made international news when he was on trial for murder, while at the same time, his Doggy Style album was being ripped apart for being violent and sexually explicit. And every mother in America hated that album, and they hated Snoop Dogg, and they are now appointment watching whatever he is doing. I still remember having to sneak over to Bobby Morell's house when I was 8 to listen to Doggy Style in his bedroom.
Wait, you were listening to that at 8 years old?
It was a good album.
It's Doggy Style.
Yeah.
Did you even know what that meant?
No. He was Snoop Dogg. He was just a dog. No, I didn't know what it meant. I didn't know what half the stuff on the album meant.
So he never got. Did he get convicted of murder, or was
No,
he never?
He was acquitted.
All right.
You don't remember that famous...
Is it one of those things where like the witnesses kind of like went away?
So I'll be honest with you. I'm not entirely sure. The only thing I remember is him like putting his hands in front of his face when they like
Said
acquitted him, and he
all
like,
right.
fell forward.
Okay.
But he was, while he was being tracked down for being, what was it, the Grammys, or there was some award show, he showed up, did a performance, and snuck out the back door while wanted for murder.
Oh,
I did not know that.
man, that's gangster.
That's what I'm saying. Question.
Yeah.
With Flava Flav and Snoop Dogg and all these guys we're talking about, 252 WCMF, who went from early 90s villains to beloved Americans. What the hell happened?
They became dads.
And they reinvented them.
And they got reality shows showing them being a dad.
and vulnerable, and they and like part of the joke.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
So they became self-aware.
Yeah.
I think that you find them funny now,
Charming.
right? Like just their personality. It kind of doesn't seem like they're trying to be anybody but themselves.
But they're lovable.
But couldn't you make that argument they were doing that in the beginning, and that's why people hated them? Like, to think that I understand people change over time, right? But to think that Snoop Dogg is now like kinder than he was when he was 20 might be wrong. You just didn't see that side.
That's the thing. You see a different side of them. Where, like I said, like I think Snoop Dogg for a while had a reality show where it was all about him being a dad.
Okay.
And I think that it just made him more endearing. It made him more like just a normal person to people.
Okay.
Get a wife and hide behind her for a while.
But I can't even tell you what Snoop Dogg's wife looks like. I can't. Flava Flav's single, if I'm not mistaken. Other than the Brigitte Nielsen's out of the picture.
Because he even said, I think when Flava Flav went to sponsor the women's polo team, he said, like, I'm a girl dad. I understand. I want, women's sports to thrive. Like, he was saying all the right things, right?
Yeah,
to make you a likable person.
Okay. It's just funny. Like, we're not.
And you've seen this kind of happen with like rock stars and stuff too. Like Ozzy Osbourne, when he had his reality show, you saw a whole different side to him that you didn't know about.
That's a good theory. Like, being a dad softens you.
Yeah.
Makes people want to, like, yeah, you're right. Ozzy's a great call.
When you see them sitting on their couch at home doing the same thing you're doing on a Saturday night, I think it changes your image a little bit.
Happened to a buddy of yours?
Oh, yeah.
What do you mean?
Fat, loud, chain smoking, 15-year-old alcoholic. The law was looking for him all the time, including his parents. Then he settled down, became a more quiet, conservative young man.
Conservative. Bro, nobody thinks I'm not beloved. People don't come to me and be like, oh, look how great he is.
But you got soft.
Okay, but here's the
You
thing.
used to come in here running your goddamn mouth with your flappy jeans and your flappy mouth full of goddamn pork rinds and your stupid jokes.
There are lots of guys that got soft that are still hated, right? Based on just the reputations they had from 20, 30, 40 years ago. So you're telling me then, if Tupac didn't die, he'd be trying to sell me a vacuum right now.
I think
Who
Tupac
knows?
would be like an intellectual. I think he would be a college professor.
Okay, hold on. Let's sit back and watch a man who lives in Pittsburgh wearing a shacket break down where Tupac would be.
I think. Well,
He was already an
I
intellectual.
think it also helps when those guys don't take themselves too seriously.
Tupac did.
And that's
Tupac?
that's
As
what I
opposed to
mean.
30.
Tupac.
I need 3 packs, not 2 packs.
Like, you have to be vulnerable, which these guys have shown. Like, you have to look humble. You
Okay.
have to, you know what I mean? And I think that's what separates like somebody like Snoop Dogg as opposed to other artists of that time.
I mean, it is weird, like the amount, like when you really think about it, from specifically the early 90s, the amount of guys who all of a sudden changed their image. We're talking about Flava Flav, he was all over the Olympics, sponsoring the women's water polo team. This week, the gymnast who was going to have her bronze medal stripped, he's going to present her with a bronze clock.
How cool.
Right? Very sweet of him. And he did this all on his own time.
Yeah.
He flew to Paris, paid for all the tickets. far cry from what people thought about him when he was in Public Enemy in the early 90s. Snoop Dogg, same way. Guy was on trial for murder, had one of the most disgusting, filthy albums we've ever seen. Ice-T. He was one of the most
He might have been the first.
That's flipped?
Oh, yeah. He became an actor.
I mean,
Yeah.
bro, think about, people forget how reviled Ice-T was. Cop killer, man.
Yeah.
Like, you had Charlton Heston
Yeah.
reading the lyrics of that song at a
You
press
had-
conference.
You pissed off Moses, bro.
Funny little number, isn't it? I remember that press
Yeah.
conference like it was yesterday. No,
No, that's-
catchy little number, isn't it?
It's almost like
die, pig, die. Charlton Heston is reading the lyrics
Yeah.
to Cop Killer out loud.
it's almost like Ice-T had two separate careers, right? Like he was two separate people to depending on what you know him from.
But all of those people watched him
Yeah.
as a rapper and an actor in the
And now
late
he's
80s.
he's a phenomenal actor.
He's been playing a cop for 25 years.
Right. And,
Yeah.
he's also hooked me up with Car Shield. Because, your car's going to quit on you someday. They all go bad.
Bro, how about someone like Mike Tyson?
Yeah, Tyson's another one. He had his one-man play.
Yes, it was a Broadway hit. Tyson was the scariest man on the planet. He was reviled, ear-biting, prison-serving degenerate. He represented everything that was wrong with the sport of boxing. He's become this wise old man.
Yeah.
He's getting roles in movies. He had his own cartoon show. It kind of feels, Tommy, and Kimmy, I like your theory. If people see you be a dad, it changes their opinion. But it does also feel like if you last long enough,
You play the long game.
people may just run out of energy to hate you.
yeah,
yeah.
no.
And they forget.
Well, people love a comeback story.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
It's partly that too. Like they may still be the same person, who knows? But they're not showing you that person anymore.
I mean, I guess that's the argument then, right? Did these guys consciously make a decision to hide their part of their personalities that people hated? Or did people not just look for that part of their personalities in the beginning?
It also could be a little bit. It could be that. It could also be that people live longer now, so they hang around a lot
Oh.
longer. They have longer careers now.
Okay.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, maybe all our pieces of crap back in the day, had massive heart attacks or car crashes due to alcohol at 45 years old.
But see, I always make the argument that if you die young, that gives you the ability for people to look back fondly because they forget all the terrible things
Right.
you did, right?
Because I'm thinking of somebody like Billy Martin.
Okay,
That is a fairly young man.
sure.
Tragically,
Yeah.
of his own, his abuse.
Yeah, he did it, yeah.
Yeah, but would you look at that guy now fondly?
I think people look at, I mean, if you're a baseball fan, yes, I think people fondly look at Billy Martin, even though
But if you don't know Billy Martin, other than he was that mean coach.
Okay, I don't know. I mean, it's more of your era than
Hard.
mine.
He was a hard liver.
Sure,
You know what I mean?
Both literally and
Oh,
figuratively.
yeah. Like Mickey Mantle, those guys.
Well, I mean, does
And
people only have bad words? But see, no, we're doing the opposite here. Nobody knew Mickey Mantle was kind of a piece of crap
Until later.
Exactly.
Yeah,
It all
yeah.
came
Until,
out.
you read it in
Yeah.
a book.
Like,
He
if
wasn't
Mickey-
this charming farm boy.
If Mickey Mantle would have died at 35, he would forever be in
Yeah.
in that
All right.
pantheon.
I think it also helps that guys like Snoop and Flavor Flav, like they're such
Do you call him Flavor to Flav?
Flavor Flav. I just misspoke.
Many, many, many flavors.
Flavor over here, flavor over there. 2 flavors. Kimmy's so mad at us right now.
I forgot what I was gonna say.
Excuse me, I misspoke.
What makes it unique about Flavor Flav?
Well,
was-
they're such characters. You know what I mean? Like they're almost like cartoon characters, or they have like these big personalities that they're not like anybody else.
Okay.
And I think people like that about them and their uniqueness.
And they're good entertainers.
Yeah.
I think that's what it comes down to. Maybe,
Yeah.
maybe that's what it comes. I'm willing to forgive you if you can entertain me.
Make
Yes.
me laugh, funny boy.
Yeah, that kind of makes it sound
No,
bad.
seriously,
then.
make me laugh.
I can't. What? Tell me, it's talking about Snoop Dogg. What do you want from me? Why don't you go back to 15-year-old running from the law, flappy mouth, flappy jeans, alcoholic Pat Duffy?
Full of pork pat.
Pat Ryan's.
Pat Ryan. Wait, where was that bag you should have gotten behind?
Let's take a break. A man who's been beloved since the day he was born.
Who's that?
He's had the same job for 95 years. Still beloved. Looks great in a tuxedo on opening day. And we're coming to an end, man. We're coming to an end.
Oh, man.
But it doesn't mean he can't get out and still have a good time.
Okay.
It's our boy.
Your boys here?
Oh, and my boy, your boy. You know him. You know him longer than I have.
Oh, yeah, we go way back. buddy.
Kind of seems like he's everybody's boy these days, buddy. What's going on at the ballpark? We find out next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Run out of summer, buddy.
I know.
And you're running out of time to see what could be one of the best baseball players in the league 5-10 years from now.
Coming up.
And guess what?
What?
You can remedy both those things.
How?
This weekend.
Really?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF joining us, as he does with all Wings homestands, our good buddy, a man who looks great in shorts and a dead cap. General Manager of the Rochester Red Wings, Dan Mason. Mace, how's it going, buddy?
Good morning, guys. Everything's great.
All right, so
Big weekend.
Yeah, no, we'll get to that. I know that we're on our live stream now, and the numbers always skyrocket when Mace comes on.
Yeah.
With those movie star good looks.
Sorry about that.
You are wearing the Steal Your Face Wings hat right now.
Dead Wings hat.
Okay, because if you don't know, Mace is the lamest deadhead that has ever existed. He currently has a polo shirt tucked into his shorts while wearing a braided belt. And
Well, you figured they wrote a song about it, right?
What was it called?
Tuck in my shirt. Kinda makes my sides hurt. Tuck in. Off to mass.
By the way, if you're watching the live stream, you saw him look at his belt to see what belt he was wearing.
It's not braided. That is not fair. That's not a fair shot.
Mace, can I still get that hat, or are those gone?
Yes, you can still get it at the Red Wings team store. Plus, you can get it on Wednesday night when we welcome the Dark Star Orchestra recreating the Grateful Dead concert experience at Innovative Field. Tickets are on sale now at redwingsbaseball.com.
All right, so Kimmy, you're busy Wednesday night then.
No, well, my husband's so bummed because he has to work, but he had this on his schedule all summer.
All right, Mace, if you could pull the fire alarm while the show's going on, he would.
I know.
We'll do that.
He'll be there.
All right, so Mace, you also love to bring us in delicious treats. What am I looking at right now?
You are looking at a Greek gyro. This is our monthly sweet special. So if you're in the sweets this weekend, Friday at 6:45, Saturday 6:45, or Sunday at 1:05, you can order a Greek gyro.
There's so much meat.
I know you like that, man. Meat in my mouth. Yeah, it's very succulent.
Oh my.
It is. It's very succulent.
It's good.
Succulent, you bitch.
You know it's good because Tommy finished the whole thing.
Right. I ate all the insides.
Real quick sidebar.
Oh,
Shut up. I am upset that I didn't discover Euros until I was like a grown-ass
well,
person.
bro, it's like international fancy food at your house. It didn't have a shot.
It's not that fancy.
They
lot of
never made
places you can get.
hamburger Euro helper.
Euro helper.
There's a ton of places around town. I'm
100%.
surprised you weren't exposed to that earlier.
Well, meat, potatoes, and
Sadness.
chip beef on toast. All right, so Mace, what do we got going on at the ballpark this weekend?
Big night tonight, guys. One of your favorite nights of the year, Tommy.
Favorite nights of the year.
Star Wars. Those crazy Star Wars.
Nobody's getting that, Mace, and I appreciate it.
Oh,
I do.
come on.
Kimmy has
You
no
get
idea.
it.
Kimmy has no idea what you're doing.
No, I have heard this before, but I have no idea what it's from.
So it's Star Wars night. You can come dressed up.
Come dressed up. You can get your picture taken with Star Wars characters roaming the stands. The players will be wearing Darth Vader-inspired jerseys.
Oh, Dark Side this weekend.
Really cool jerseys.
Kind of goes in with the Dark Side, Dark Star Orchestra.
Well,
Oh, what's going
hello.
on here?
Now you're talking.
Question.
Yeah.
All right, so Tommy, like if you're gonna have like Paw Patrol night, right?
Yeah.
Like you have like the official Paw Patrol characters, licensed by
Yeah.
blah 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 blah. So I'm assuming that these are licensed like official Star Wars people. These aren't just people that you like found.
Correct. These are people from the 501st Legion that'll be roaming the stands tonight.
The 500. What?
The 501st Legion.
What is that?
It's a group of
What?
folks that are officially licensed to portray Star Wars characters.
So you got to go to like Lucasfilms and get like
Yeah, there's
official,
copyright laws.
So you have to pay to be part of this union.
Union of Stormtroopers.
So, all right.
I'm not a card-carrying member, so I'm not sure. But
right.
they do an amazing job.
I bet.
They look just like the characters that you see in the movies. So come on out, get your picture taken with them. Check out the jerseys, which are sweet. If you're a Darth Vader fan, you're going to love these jerseys.
If you're a Darth Vader
And-
fan,
Who isn't?
Who isn't?
I don't know, that university blew up in that movie.
Fireworks tonight,
Oh.
set to the music of Star Wars.
Ah.
So
You know how that song goes.
Star Wars,
There you
nothing
go.
but Star Wars, tucking in my pants. Greek sandwich for some reason don't make no damn sense.
No, Darth Vader was Greek.
He was?
Yeah.
He loved Euros.
His actual real name was Vaderos, is what it was. Yeah.
If I was a villain.
So Friday night,
Are we like in a musical all of a sudden?
Yes.
What's happening?
you know how this show goes, Kimmy. Once we start singing, we can't
Yeah,
stop.
it's done.
All right, so Friday night, that sounds awesome. What do we
You
got
can't
going on
top
Friday
that.
night? No.
This Saturday, it's going to be a dud.
No,
do you
Saturday's going to be awesome.
What?
We got Isaiah Stewart, who plays for the Detroit Pistons.
Oh, beef stew, buddy.
Oh.
He's
We've
a
talked about
kid?
him many times.
Oh, the local kid.
Yeah, local
Yeah.
kid.
Okay,
How'd you get him?
We
took
have
a
to
shot
remind
at
him
the dark.
sometime.
Okay, let me just remind Tommy.
I know he's a local kid.
No,
done
no,
good.
no.
No,
He
but
is the one.
there's a reason why we've
He
talked
got into a
about
fight with LeBron.
Yes.
Wow.
No, well,
I
he didn't-
remember.
No,
I'm so
you don't
proud.
remember anything, idiot. He didn't get in a fight with him. He chased him around the court because LeBron bloodied him, and LeBron deserved to get his ass kicked that night. I love beef stew. All right, so I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So he'll be there. He was a member of the Boys and Girls Club growing up here in the Flower City. And we're doing a bobblehead, the first 1,000 fans, featuring Isaiah wearing his Boys and Girls Club of
How
Rochester
cool is
jersey.
that?
I got to use that bobblehead.
Yeah. What did you just say?
You know what I said. Don't
All
try to
right.
be mean because I called out your tucked in
He
shirt.
said
You
something head.
I saw his face. I saw his face light up. He wants that
I want
bobblehead.
that
That's what he
bobblehead,
said.
All right. Well,
Are
just
there-
get my belt correct next time, and maybe we'll see what we can do.
all right, so he's going to be there tomorrow night.
He'll be there tomorrow night signing autographs, also pregame. So he'll be there in person to sign autographs pregame
I can
throughout
bring
the
my
first
jersey.
pitch. And the first 1,000 fans will get an Isaiah bobblehead.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
And I respect your opinion more than I respect Tommy's. So I got my Isaiah Stewart jersey.
You have one.
Oh, yeah, of course.
All right.
You're not going to let that pass. He's from
Right.
Rochester, right?
Yeah.
And it's a Piston jersey, which is always cool. I am, I believe, 20, probably like 18 years older than him. Is it sad to stand with a jersey of a local guy and get it autographed when I am almost old enough to be his father?
No.
No?
Be a great piece of memorabilia.
I
for
agree
you.
with you, but I got this.
And you're
It's a
you're
little-
kind of lacking on memorabilia, I understand.
Yes,
so
yes, I am.
it'd be a good
Oh,
piece
yeah.
to add to kind of start your collection.
Be very cool.
I just wouldn't know. Mr. Stewart, he's like,
He's rich.
well, yeah, he's
Powerful.
rich. He just signed that massive contract, too.
Right.
You think he'd lend me some money?
Oh, absolutely.
I'll ask him in line.
Yeah. I'm sure, you look like an upstanding character.
Thank you. So Isaiah Stewart tomorrow night throwing out the first pitch bobblehead for the first 1,000 people.
And it's a Saturday night. You
Yeah.
know what that
Oh,
means.
yeah, buddy.
Fireworks.
Now, come on.
Let it rip, baby.
Sky candy. And then Sunday, First Responders Day, and kids can run the bases with Spikes and Mitzi, and it'll be the Duel of the Dishes. We're going to get to see who gets to keep the golden fork, either the Rochester plates or the dreaded Syracuse salt potatoes.
I'm glad you brought this
Or
up.
Pat's dad. Is that why it's First Responders Day? You're all standing by Lance.
It was a golden fork until he ate all of the finish off the fork.
We have a Lance alert. Lance alert.
A Lance alert.
Lance man down.
Okay. So, the battle of the dishes.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Going
yeah,
back
very
and
cute.
forth. Yeah, okay. So I saw a great T-shirt on social media this week, and I would like to buy one, and I hope you're selling them. It says Fork Syracuse. Can I get a Fork Syracuse T-shirt?
We got a lot of very positive feedback, a lot of people looking for those shirts. We had those done for the players to wear this week. So we'll see if we can get one to fall off the truck for you.
I would like. Well, no, I think you should sell it in the shop.
I
I think
I gotta create a list here.
No, I'm not
want a
asking you for
bobblehead,
things,
You want
okay.
a T-shirt?
God forbid I encourage
make
people to
fun
go
of
to
my
the
belt.
damn pro shop. You bring €1, you think you just do whatever you want in here. All right, so then Sunday, Battle of the Dishes, plates. So you'll be wearing the plate stuff on Sunday
We will
also.
be wearing the plates jerseys. Rarely do we do it outside of a Thursday, but this is it. This is to see who wins the Golden Fork, the largest trophy in the history of professional sports. 8-foot tall Golden Fork, all on the line this Sunday. Sunday. Game time 1:05.
But you really hand somebody a big novelty fork?
Yeah, you haven't seen the fork?
It's a
I've
big golden
not.
fork.
It's
Yeah.
a big old fork.
It's 8-foot tall.
Yeah.
That's a big
Golden fork.
Yeah.
All right.
And if my dad got a hold of it one time, they had to wash all the mac salad off. It's true.
It didn't take that long.
Still not big enough for his giant mouth. All right, so then what happens on Sunday after Battle of the Dishes?
Kids can run the base. Kids can run the bases with Spikes and Mitzi.
I heard if you're as short as the fork, you're allowed to run the bases.
Okay.
I hear they put the fork out there, they measure you out. If you're under the fork, you can go. That's what I heard.
That's sure. Yeah,
All right,
that
so,
works.
So after this weekend, 2 weekends left, 3 weekends in total.
This will be the last weekend that the Wings are home
Oh,
while the kids are
fantastic.
still out of school.
Oh,
Oh, so we won't see you again until next summer?
No, you got
No.
me 2 more times.
Do you not
this?
listen?
What else you coming in?
You
In
missed
September.
the second part.
Oh my God.
I'll be back in September, Tommy. Sorry
Oh,
about
so you
that.
got games in September.
The last time the Wings are home while the kids are out of school.
Oh, all right. I thought he was just done.
No, I know. He kept talking and you just stopped listening.
I have that effect on people.
Yeah, it's
Sorry.
okay. No, it's all right. You brought your
Sorry about your ratings.
Dan Mason, general manager of the Rochester Red Wings. So tonight, Star Wars night.
Star Wars night with fireworks. Tomorrow night, Isaiah Stewart bobblehead
Beef
with
stew.
fireworks. And Sunday, First Responders Day, and kids can run the bases with Spikes and Mitzi, and the duel of the dishes. Who's going to bring home the golden fork?
My old man is going to be insufferable on
Why?
Sunday. Well, like, it's First Responders Day, right?
Yeah.
Right. And like, not only was he a first responder, but he's only alive because of first responders.
Oh, yeah.
So like, just spin the wheel of whatever story you're going to get if you go near my old man on Sunday. I'm warning you. I'm warning you. If you would like to enjoy the game,
Yeah.
do not talk to the man in the plaid jacket. Avoid the man in the plaid jacket.
He'll be there as well.
Yes,
so
he will.
on First
Yeah.
Responders Day, signing autographs.
Don't say
You
that.
can get your
'cause
dad's
He'll
autograph.
try, man. He'll try. Don't do that.
All right.
He is kind of a big deal in town.
Literally and figuratively. I shouldn't say that. He's lost a bunch of weight.
Yeah, you say he's trimmed down.
Yeah.
It's looking good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Calm down.
Trying
over
to catch up to you.
there. Oh, these guys. Dan Mason, general manager of the Rochester Red Wings.
And don't forget, all you Dead fans out there, Wednesday, Dark Star Orchestra at Innovative Field, Wednesday, August 21st. And tickets are on sale at redwingsbaseball.com. And tickets are still on sale for the Pat Duffy, Tommy Muley, Kimmy Coffee, Bud Light Ballpark Happy Hour happening on September 13th,
You know what the craziest part?
4:30 to 8.
Sorry.
What's that?
The Dark Star Orchestra show.
Yeah.
Isaiah Stewart
Yeah.
playing the bass that night.
No kidding.
Yeah, it's gonna be awesome.
That makes sense.
Tucking.
In my shirt.
Mace, always a pleasure, buddy. Have fun
Yeah.
this weekend.
Thank you, guys. Have a great weekend.
Oh, thank you. You know, Tommy, you're supposed to you grow up, you get married, you settle down, buy a house, have kids.
That's the deal.
Mhm. Well, it was the deal. It's not really the deal that way anymore because a record amount of Americans have decided ain't having kids.
Wait, they're bailing on a kid?
Have you not been watching the news, man?
I didn't know we were downing kids.
It's all the papes, in all the papes. For the first time, we now have a comprehensive study about who and why people are no longer, who is not, and why people are not.
But this isn't good.
Well, says a man who doesn't have kids next to a woman who doesn't have kids.
Right, but this isn't good.
How do you sit here and go, this isn't good? You didn't have kids.
We're going to be out of people.
Oh, my God. We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. It used to be, Tommy.
What's that?
You grew up, you met somebody, you bought a house, you had a bunch of kids.
That was the American way.
Wasn't even a question. You just did it. However, that idea has changed over time.
Oh, yeah.
In fact, I sit with two grown-ass people. One man who's going, this is a problem.
It is.
Who have made the decision, at least up until now, to pass on procreation. In front of us, we have the reasons why. And according to people without children, the best part about deciding if kids were for you was we'll get into it. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 9:30. It's Friday. You know what that means.
I think we're going to get a little creepy.
That's right. Creep kept coming at you. All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. And this band is claimed by both millennials and Gen Xers.
Oh.
And you can make the argument they were the last of the very famous bands to still feel like an actual punk band.
Oh, they punkin'.
Yeah. Any hope of that is gone.
What'd they do?
Well, it's a new product you can buy next week
Okay.
from them.
Oh.
We'll get to it just after 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. Tommy, the Pew Research Center, which is located between your mom's legs. The Pew Research Center
Yeah, you have to say it twice.
just did a massive study into American adults without kids.
All right.
Fun fact, between 2018 and today, the share of U.S. adults who say they're never going to have kids is up 10%.
So the birthing is down.
Birthing is down, the living solo is up. And there are four main reasons why people under 50 without kids say they are not having them. Would you two like to take a guess what the number one reason is, Tommy?
Money.
Okay, good guess.
What
It's
it
not,
costs.
It's not number one.
All right.
Kimmy, you want to take a shot?
I was going to say financial reasons.
Okay. The number one reason people gave for not wanting to have kids, they just don't want kids.
Okay.
Well, yeah, or they like their free time. They enjoy not having, having to plan for that kind of thing.
All
I
right,
mean, listen, knowing you and knowing your schedule after the show and how much running around y'all do,
sure.
it does look like a very long haul.
Oh, so you're saying that my baby girls aren't worth the work that I have to put in?
Oh, no, they're one of the good ones.
No, he's
good
saying
ones.
he's saying you're willing
Both
to
of 'em.
put in that work, whereas some people just don't see it. Like
And
they
I-
just don't think they can do it, or for whatever reason.
Or are we becoming more selfish as people?
Well, some people might argue having kids is selfish.
Wow.
Or not
you
selfish.
You sound dickier than me.
No, but I'm saying I think both sides can point to the other and say that's selfish.
Okay,
or
but
maybe selfish isn't the word. Maybe people will say that's narcissistic.
Okay. Tommy doesn't know what that word means.
I wasn't going to bring religion into it. I always thought me being selfish, meaning I'm not going to give up any of my time to raise a kid.
I get what you're
Where
saying.
if you have a kid, you ain't got no time.
But Kimmy, why would you say someone having kids is narcissistic?
I'm not saying that. I know
They out there saying it.
I'm not saying that. I know people that will point to people, especially people with a lot of kids, and think, well, why would you want that? Because they don't want kids, so they can understand why somebody else would want kids.
It's going to be part of this new bit we're doing.
What's it called?
Were they narcissism?
Were they narking?
No, I don't think you're narcissistic for having children. I just know that is an argument for not having kids.
Kimmy at WCMF.com. I don't want
I
to
know,
deal with it.
I know. I have to clarify.
All right, so the number one reason being we just don't want kids. It's
Right.
pretty straightforward. So they go down the list, right? Number 2 was wanting to focus on other things. 3 was concerns about the state of the world. That one saw a massive increase in the last 5 years.
I don't want to bring children into this chaos.
Bingo. It wasn't until we got to 4 that people said they couldn't afford to raise a
Wow.
kid. And what's funny is, you bring that up and it's logical. I don't know if people consider that, at least most people, when they're having a kid. 'Cause
Yeah.
I didn't. I
Right.
sure as hell couldn't
Right.
afford a kid when we started having
Ooh.
kids. And you see lots of friends of yours that, are struggling that still are welcoming
Yeah.
kids into this world. But what's interesting here
What's that?
is after I don't want to, right, which was the main number one, there isn't one big reason everyone who's not having kids doesn't want to have them. It's a lot of little things that
So it's
are all
all over
close
the
together.
place.
Yes. So then, Tommy, those were people under 50. They also talked to people over 50 who never had kids. And they asked
That's
them.
the me's.
Yes, the yous of the world. And Tommy, they asked them what in life they think was easier not having kids. Like, what about their life was easier because they never had them? In order.
All right.
Affording the things they wanted, having times for hobbies and interests, saving for their future, that's not you, and being successful in their career, once again. All of those make sense.
Yeah.
There's just one problem with this study and this discussion in general.
What's that?
There is no way to know if the path you chose was the one you actually wanted.
Right, because you'll never know the other side.
Bingo.
Okay. I wonder if you don't have kids and you never really, and you regret it later in life because your friends do. And you see your friends having kids, grandkids, and all that, and you don't get any of that.
Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. You say, I wonder, you're that guy. Do you regret not having kids?
No, because I have stepkids and step-grandkids.
Okay,
So,
but
but
they
let's
don't
say,
like
but let's
you.
say
You got
they
like
love
you
me.
kind
Shower
of
me.
you kind of got a glimpse into what it would have been like, essentially, if
Well, I
you had
also
had your own kids.
I also kind of jumped the line a little bit.
That
But you know what I'm
too.
saying? But let's say because we know guys that they'll never have grandkids because they'll never have, they're childless.
Sure.
And women too.
Okay, wait a minute. But you make it sound so harsh when you say that. They're
They're without
childless.
child.
They are barren of children.
I would think it would affect women even more than men.
Here we go.
To be a woman that never had children, but if her friends, I'm not just saying. Now I'm not trying to be mean,
Oh, hands are up. That's how you know he knows he screwed up.
but let's say you're a woman and you're my age.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you've never had kids.
Yeah.
And your friends have kids and grandkids, and when you get together, that's all they talk about.
Yeah.
And you don't it's gotta kind of sting.
You know, it's
But
interesting.
sometimes-
I'm sorry. It's interesting you're looking at me and saying
I know,
this.
I know.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
But I also think it could go the other way.
No, I'm good. Yes, ma'am. No.
But I think as a woman, you make that choice
Yeah.
for yourself. So maybe you're a little bit more comfortable in your choice, right? Because even if I wasn't with anybody, I could still, I guess, in theory, have kids if I wanted to.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Like, I don't need you to have kids. Whereas if you're a man
Don't
without...
point at Tommy when you say that. That just really gave me a chill down my spine.
but I'm saying-
the idea of you two having a child
No.
together.
No, but you
I
can
know.
buy it.
I
I
know,
didn't
but I just
finish
had
my point.
I know, but I just had an image in my head of what your baby would look like, and it's horrifying.
Wait,
I'm
Tommy
saying,
Batshop?
whereas with Tommy, if he had never found somebody, well, then it was out of his hands. It wasn't a choice that he made consciously.
I understand
you
what
know?
you're saying.
So I would think when he's talking about women would have more regrets, maybe that's the case if it couldn't happen for them. Like maybe they wanted kids, but they couldn't have kids
Yeah.
for whatever reason.
Sure.
But if they consciously made the choice to not have children, I think they're more comfortable with it.
All right, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. With this information we now have in front of us,
Yeah.
and it's the largest study ever done on having and not having children in America. Now, Kimmy, you're absolutely right. You're confident in your choice because you weighed all the pros and cons and everything. But even if you're not regretting, it would be impossible if you didn't have kids to know if you would enjoy raising them.
Right.
And if you did have kids, it would be impossible to know what being an adult would be like without them. Because, like, here's the thing. I sit here, you guys never had kids, I got my two girls. It's impossible for me to say you're wrong not having kids because all I know as an adult is raising my girls. And there's also no way to get an actual answer on which way is right for you. And that's what's kind of funny about this. You can do a study asking people who never had kids if they think they would have wanted them. And they can answer for sure, but they can't answer honestly.
Okay.
And what I mean by that,
You can only answer for what you know.
there's that.
Right.
You can't do a study of people who have kids.
Hey, do you regret your children?
Thank you. Did your kids ruin your life?
Yeah.
Because no parent would admit that out loud.
Right.
2, like we said, it would be impossible to know. And 3, everyone thinks what they taught their kids makes the world a better place. So the idea for a lot of parents is the world is better off because I passed on myself to my offspring. And the other way, too. Like, do you wish you would have had kids? If you say yes, you know.
I think there are more people, though, that would admit to regretting not having kids than regretting having kids.
But they
it's
wouldn't-
easier to say I, regret not having something than I regret having these people in my
but
life.
You wouldn't say it out loud, but, like, let's be real. There are people who have human beings, and raising them was very
You think
hard.
like there
Yeah.
are people that really would be that honest with themselves?
Yes.
Okay.
I wouldn't say it out loud, but here's the thing. Look, does that make them a bad person if
No.
they admit having kids ruined their life?
I mean, there are days, I'm sure, man.
Well, no,
but you mean
yes.
that's their over opinion.
When it's all done.
That would be a little shocking.
But think about some of the guys you know that made life hell for their
Oh.
parents.
Yeah.
If their parents said having you was a mistake, would you blame them?
No.
Oh, did that hit a little too close to home? Right, your dad had his retirement. He was a millionaire. You showed up 12 years after your sister? Yeah,
crushed it. He's still retired.
You ruined his retirement. He does, and he does, and he does.
I can do.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Massive study done by the Pew Research Institute talking about why people having kids are down. It's down 10% between 2018. Excuse me, let me try this again. The share of U.S. adults that say they're never going to have kids is up 10% since 2018. And they asked people who don't have kids why. The number one reason was they just didn't want to.
Yeah.
Money factored into it, focusing on other things. People over 50 who never had kids said they were able to afford the things they wanted, had more time for relationships and interest. It was easier to save for the future.
They had a fabulous life.
I'm looking at your fabulous life.
Look at those shoes. I could afford these shoes with kids.
Is the pressure to have kids going away?
I hope so, because it was a bad idea to begin with.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah, I mean, my parents did it. When are we going to see some grandkids? When are you going to get married? Basically saying, if you don't do this, you're a weirdo.
I do love that idea. Quick sidebar of parents when are you going to have kids? It's like, hey, stranger who's married to my daughter, when are you going to blast one off raw in there?
Take her upstairs right now.
Well, and I think it's
Can you please give me a schedule of when your uncondomed penis is going to be doing things with my child?
Right. And they did it all the time.
Yeah, and it's such a bold question because it's never comfortable to answer no matter what your answer is.
Because it's a shaming question.
Yes, we're trying. Yes, we're trying, but it's not working.
Yeah.
Yes, I would like to eventually. It's just such a weird question for anybody to answer, no matter what your situation is.
Look, I get it. But as we talk about the pressure to have kids in America if it's going away, if we use you two here, right, and I don't mean to make you speak for an entire group of people, you're a full generation apart from each other. Mm-hmm. Tommy, you were the only one of your siblings not to have kids, right?
Yeah.
Your parents wanted kids from you?
Yeah.
They questioned you when they were coming?
Yeah, because I was, both times, yeah.
Did that ever stop?
No.
They always were expecting you to have a kid?
It was just weird.
Did it bother you?
Yeah, it's my parents.
Okay, so no.
I mean, I didn't, it's like, shut up.
What about from your in-laws at the time?
Yes, especially the second, because they were Sicilian.
Did it bother you?
Yeah, because they pulled a gun on me.
Kimmy?
Yeah.
Are you getting that pressure now from friends and family?
It's usually the older set that will boldly ask you that question. You know what I mean?
What's going on with your vagina?
Or hey, what's the plan? Do you guys want kids? And then it's just, it's kind of just one of those awkward discussions because it's always a family member that you're not even that close with. You know what I mean? It always comes from the least likely person and the last person on earth you'd want to have that conversation with.
But it's also an easy go-to. I don't know anything about you. Let's have a conversation.
I guess.
Right.
I
But at
guess.
least your generation should be the ones that finally puts that to bed and don't speak it again.
I think people are much more conscious of just not asking because you don't want, because somebody could be going through something that you're a health thing that you're unaware of.
Sure.
Yeah.
But Kimmy, okay, so you're right about the health stuff. In this specific study, we're talking about people who have made the decision and not have kids. Mm-hmm. Kimmy, what percentage of your friends your age do you think have made the decision, I am not having children? Do you think it's too young, even in the mid-30s, to know if people have made that final decision?
I think I'm at the age where it's that decision's now really... People are kind of being forced to make that decision.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, you're playing baby chicken.
Because, if you haven't met somebody... and maybe you thought by this point you'd have kids and you don't, and then now you have to start to question, well, do I want to be an older parent? Do I want this for my future? I think that I have a lot of friends in transition right now trying to figure out what they want for themselves that don't already have kids.
It's weird as I think about it now. It's through my life, I've had buddies, close buddies. Mm-hmm. They're all around my age now. Most of them were married. One stayed single. No kids.
Really?
Yeah.
That's strange for your generation.
I know. Two of them were real close to me back in Florida. To this day, they're my age, married, divorced, remarried, no kids.
No kidding.
The same as me. But we all hung out together. I'm wondering, but we all hung out together in our 30s with no kids. That makes kind of sense.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
They were drinking buddies, so they could go out and drink.
Sure.
No kid.
Yeah, you're having so much
Certain
fun.
lifestyle.
And they had disposable income to blow in their livers.
252 WCMF. You know, we had asked the question earlier. What's funny about this whole question here is you'll never get a right answer because nobody who didn't have kids is going to say, man, I wish I would have done it. Nobody who has kids is going to say, man, I wish I wouldn't have had these kids, right? You can't even be honest with yourself. Let's talk to, is it Kazan? Yep, Kimmy, can I get phones over here? I'm sorry. Kazan, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Hello? Hello, go ahead. Go ahead.
Hey, so I'm more Tommy's age. And maybe a country guy, but I've been around the world for work, China, everywhere. And not that means anything, but, you know, I've got 2 older boys.
Okay.
And a little granddaughter.
Oh.
And I got to say, for me, yeah, you know, outstanding. So.
No, okay. You're getting a little emotional over there. I understand what you're saying, man.
No. I'm not actually. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. No,
He's in an onion field.
I wish you would have went. I wish you would have went for it because I'm looking to win a Marconi over here, and I think that would have helped with our tape. No, but let me ask
2
you.
older boys, a little granddaughter, and you know what? For me, it's outstanding, but I understand it's not for everybody. But
okay, but here's what I want to get at here, and I get it, man. Look, I got kids of my own. I understand what you're saying. Like, you know, you wake up some days and there are things you never expected that you would have and feelings you would feel. But I will say this, and I speak for myself. You can't know for sure if your life would have been better without kids. Like, what if you would have become a president, astronaut, quarterback? You know what I mean?
No. I do. My life would not have been better. Professional and, like I said, been around the world, done everything.
Yeah, you could have had a lot of fun around the world if you wasn't attached, bro.
I'm happy with it. So
running around Hong Kong with your dong.
Well, he's got a Hong Kong
Hong
dong?
Kong dong. And I bet you them Hong Kong chicks dig some country boys.
Thoughts?
What's that?
You think chicks from Hong Kong are into guys, American country men?
Hong Kong, Shanghai, Suzhou, whatever.
All right.
Bro, he was in the epicenter of vagina.
Thanks for the call, bud. Have a good rest of the day. Okay, look. When I say you can't be sure if having kids or not having kids would have changed your life for the better, I'm not attacking your kids.
No.
And I'm
You're not
attacking,
saying you don't love your kids.
Exactly. And I'm not attacking your parenting. I'm saying it is legitimately impossible to know where your life would be right now had you, A, never had kids, or B, if you don't have kids, had kids. You don't know if you'd be happier. It's impossible to know.
You'd have money.
I mean, if kids make you happy, this man's the happiest man in the world. Jason's on CMF. Hey, Jason, how are you, buddy?
Hey, guys, how are you?
Good, man.
Hey, so Tommy and Kimmy, don't worry about having kids. I had enough of both of you. So my short story is I have 7 kids.
Seven kids? What, do you live in a shoe?
Just about. So a brief story for you. We tried for probably about 4 years trying to have our first kid. Put about $30,000 in IVF. We finally had our first kid. And then we were told maybe we'd never have kids again. A couple years later, we had identical twins, boys. 5 years later, we had fraternal twin boys. And then I was done.
Back-to-back twins.
Like, well, yes. And then my wife's like, well, why don't we try for a girl? I'm like, oh, okay. So one last ditch. And then they just turned 5. We had fraternal twin girls.
Oh, my God. 2 girls.
So 3 sets of twins.
We have 3 sets. So
okay, so Jason,
Wow.
I have heard stories like this before, and you would know better than I would. I'm interested. Do they believe you had so many twins because of the IVF treatments that your wife was taking?
Well, they did say the doctors, so the 3 sets of twins are all natural. So we didn't have any more treatment, so all natural. So the doctors we talked to said maybe a kickstarted something. And we just had them all natural. So
Where you got like two-headed batch? How does that work, man?
Well, if as
Gemini,
women get
wad?
older, it's more likely to have twins. You're more likely to have twins too.
But like that?
I don't know.
Yeah, well, I don't know. And we don't have any twins that run our family either.
Those
So
are
that
Utah
more-
numbers.
Yeah.
All right, so Jason, how old were you when your first one was born?
My first one was born, I was 35.
Okay, so you
So it was
had
later in
Wait,
life.
late.
so you had a good run as a single man without kids. You are how old now?
I am 48.
Okay, so look, man. I know you love your kids. I know you love your kids. And
He's
the
broke.
greatest thing that ever happened.
Bro, he's
gotta be
freaking broke.
Got to be broke. Jason, was life better for you as a grown man without children, or as a grown man with 7 children?
Well, I always wanted kids. I didn't want 7. I always wanted kids. So life was good. Life was good. Life was good before kids. I'll tell you that. But I think at that point in time, I lived my life enough to. I did some, crazy stuff. So I enjoyed life, before kids. But I think having kids, I think maybe better.
Okay.
But Tommy, I'm living comfortable right now. So, but it took
You're that
took a lot of
broke.
planning, believe me.
Because anytime a guy says I'm comfortable, it means that's code for I'm way
It took a
behind,
lot of
man.
planning, that's for sure. It definitely took a lot of work.
I will say this, Jason. Your story reminds it's a lesson to every young man listening to this show. Whatever you did in your past will come back to hurt you with your kids. Because you remember
right.
me, right?
Oh, I remember.
2 girls. Yeah. Jason says he lived well. He is now responsible for 7 human beings. So whatever go ahead.
Tom, I will say this too. Growing up, I was my mother called me the devil child. I was the devil semen is what she called me, the devil spawn. So I was the outcast child. So I guess karma came back and bit me in the ass.
Yeah.
Well, Jason, hold on for dear life, buddy. Try and keep your head above water.
I appreciate it, guys. Love the show.
Thanks, buddy. There goes 7-child
So
Jason.
That-
he really
that
did have
makes
enough
me
kids
cringe.
for the rest of us.
By the way, they're all under 12. If he's 35,
Yeah,
when he had
you're
the
right.
first
You're
one.
right.
He's still in his 40s.
Oh.
He's going to be working until he's 90.
Oh.
What if all these kids play sports?
I couldn't imagine
Bro, he's got a basketball team, a 6-man and
Yeah.
reserve.
I wonder if it's like a twin off in his house because you know how twins they're so bonded.
Yeah. Mhm.
It must be one set of twins versus another set of twins at all times.
I'd be scared that I have 3 sets of twins that are mentally connected that are going to murder me while I'm sleeping. You got 3 odds that those kids are going to kill you.
Yeah.
I will never complain
Imagine
about.
does he have one single child too?
Yeah,
the first one.
Imagine being that kid.
And this is bad too. But
Dear God.
if I got 7 kids, one
Thank God you don't.
is going to be a problem, a big problem.
Well, just the odds.
That's
right?
what I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just take random 7 kids and think one of them's going bad.
Oh, don't do
Well,
that
don't
to
say that.
Jason.
I'm not saying who's who.
Oh, what? You don't even know his kids.
It could be the twins, could be the first one. Who knows?
I will never complain about having to do dad stuff ever
God.
again. 7 kids. All right. Let's take a break. It's Friday. You know what that means?
Oh, we're going to creep it out.
That's all right. We got a creep cap coming at you. All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. This band was the last grasp of punk music.
Oh.
Right? And I know there are going to be some real punks that listen to the show that are going to say, no, you're an idiot. But, they hadn't completely sold out entirely. And Gen X and Millennials both want to take credit for this band because they kind of had 2 different careers in 2 different decades.
All right.
No matter how you feel about this band, any semblance they had of that punk rock old school lifestyle is now gone because you can buy this with their brand on it. We'll tell you what it is next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. It's official. Punk is dead.
Really?
I mean, look, I know there are going to be people that argue with me, but you could make the argument that this band, who blew up and was internationally known and was touring major stadiums and everything, had the last semblance of what punk was.
Okay.
But if that was the case,
What happened?
that is now dead, based on what you can buy with their name on it.
Really?
You hang it out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second, but it is Friday.
Yeah, buddy.
Let's get gross.
Let's do it.
All right, jump into the pool that will turn you green. All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. The Creep Cap happens now on CMF.
Yeah. Oh, man. All right. God. All right. How hard? Okay. All right. I love it.
The texture. Well, yeah, if there's actual fish in the ice cream, I don't want it, but like a fish flavor.
Flavor. Nah, it wouldn't work, man. You know, you're going to taste nasty.
Shut up. I know. Everyone knows where you're going, stupid.
What, to your mom's house?
But why would I want double corn?
Double corn? I would love to be double corn.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Wait, you
No,
tell me?
I cannot take
How is this gonna
myself.
work? Yeah.
Me being double
I was
corn,
about
somebody
to
would have
go.
to establish
I was
a
about
double
to-
corn. Well, you looked at me.
You don't know what's gonna happen.
Exactly.
I'm going to take that risk. I'm doing me some space sucking.
No, but if something goes wrong, you're up. There's no way to get home.
I'm bored.
Bro, you could rip your dong off.
Okay, I'll run that risk.
Used words like animal notes, wet hair, cheesy, and leathery to describe the champagne they tasted. But despite that,
You sure they weren't tasting your mom? Little cheesy, little hairy.
You ate them already?
Yes.
Those are huge.
well, yeah, I mean, size never really mattered when.
That thing was this big, and I choked that sucker down. And it was like this big around. But it made my mother proud. Damn.
It was a pumper.
Oh, your mom was living down there? The old pumper. Let's break out the old pumper. She's wet and ready.
For God's
Whoa.
sakes,
Well,
man.
they got to be loaded up with
it's
water.
6:28 in the morning.
Yeah.
Sitting in the back of the plane, right?
Yeah, you look like you're Jay Ellen back there.
Hey, remember
Is there
who you
like a
said was
theme
in the
going
plane
on
before
today?
you idiot? Can we go home now?
I
No,
know.
it doesn't. They don't connect. I'm just saying, like your face would look like that. I don't know what you look like.
For God's sakes.
It's so good to be a creep.
You hanging out? There it is, Creep
There
Cap
you
here
go.
on CMF. Green Day. You're familiar with Green
yeah.
Day, right? Such a good song. It's such a good song.
I still remember them getting hit with chunks of sod at Woodstock.
And it's a very punk thing to do.
Yeah.
They picked up that sod, they threw it back at the crowd.
Yeah.
Now, here's the thing. Green Day, you can make the argument, was the first punk band in America to explode in the early 90s, right? And I get that there are going to be people that argue with me because they've been selling out arenas and stadiums over the last, 30 years that they've been doing it. But when I was a kid, when Dookie hit and it exploded the way that it did, it was the first introduction for a lot of kids to left coast punk, west coast punk, right? Like you got, I discovered
kicked it off, yeah.
Yeah, I discovered like NoFX, Black Flag, Suicidal Tendencies, bands like that because of Green Day. And as big as Green Day got, they always still kind of had their foot planted, as poppy as they were, in that authentic punk realm.
They had an edge.
Yes. What is also interesting about Green Day is it's one of the few bands that two generations try to claim as their own, because Gen X claims Green Day for Dookie and the two albums they put out after that, Nimrod being the last one of that like era. And then you have the millennials who kick it off with American Idiot and everything after that. No, this is our band, right? This is where it starts to sound more poppy. Whether or not Green Day still had the ability to say we're a punk rock band has flown out the window.
What happened?
Well, look, they've marketed themselves and they've sold merchandise, but they've sold merchandise that's standard band stuff. T-shirts, guitar picks, wristbands, things like that. Until next week, when you can now buy a Green Day branded Keurig machine.
A coffee maker.
No, not a coffee maker. A Keurig.
So it's
the
just-
most middle America suburban coffee maker you can buy.
That's the one where you put the little capsules in.
The little cup
Bingo.
in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it says Green Day on
It's
So
it?
got their
just like
heart
a-
grenade on the side of it with like
Okay.
lyrics from their
How
songs.
strange.
It's a Green Day branded coffee machine.
Like,
Do
I
they
would
have
never
a-
think to put any logo on my coffee machine. You know
you're
what
not
I mean?
punk enough to need
I guess
a
like I would
Keurig,
never
a Green Day
think
Keurig.
to, yeah, like if I'm such a fan of something, well, I want my coffee
Yeah.
machine to scream
The
that.
NFL doesn't even do that.
Right.
You're right. Green Day
So
does.
do they also have their own brand of coffee?
Nailed it. It's called Punk Bunny Coffee.
Okay.
And they
Right.
will be selling Keurig cups.
Yeah, it's over.
That fit in the Green Day branded Keurig.
It's over.
For all of our fans that are now tired.
You nailed it, Kimmy.
Yeah.
You nailed it. Now here's the thing: bands having coffee brands is not new.
Who else had it?
There's a whole bunch.
I think there are a lot.
There's a ton. There's a ton of
That
rock
had
bands
coffee?
that have coffee brands, their own coffee brands, or musicians that have their own coffee brands. It's like the new easiest thing to do to like make a fortune,
All right.
But it just feels different with Green
Well,
Day.
yeah. I mean, it's not alcohol. It's not. It's just nothing hard.
I think Billy Joe Armstrong doesn't drink anymore. He had an incident on stage a couple of years ago where he went back to rehab or something.
Oh.
I don't know.
Okay.
But I don't know what
Rehab morning blend.
Because like I haven't really been into Green Day since when that American Idiot album hit. It was like, okay, this isn't really my scene anymore.
Yeah.
But I did love them for the 3 albums they put
They
out.
were huge.
Yeah, between '94 and 2000, right? Like
Yeah.
then they had that song where he played the acoustic guitar and everything went to hell.
And now we got coffee. Like Jimmy Dean's sausages.
Doesn't it kind of make you wonder if like the other hardcore bands back in the day got old, what would have showed up? Like had the Ramones not imploded in on themselves, and yet Joey
The Ramones would
died.
be in Vegas.
You think so?
Yeah. Or they would be one of those bands that went to Vegas because they have a huge following.
Yeah.
Like the Dead. Whoever thought the Grateful Dead would be playing in Las Vegas?
That's a good question.
They were anti. Vegas was lame in the 60s and 70s. That was where your grandparents went to party.
What are you talking about? No, the original punk, Frank Sinatra, was playing in Vegas.
Yeah, so if he did punk, what would that sound like today?
Get the cops off my back. Skateboarding, not a crime, baby. You were saying, I'm sorry.
No, but I mean, I think those guys, like I always said, if Elvis was alive, if Elvis lived to be 90 years old, he would be in Branson, Missouri, singing gospel music.
But that makes sense because he was always the establishment.
But I also think he would, like the king of rock and roll would be doing gospel. And I
Okay.
think the same thing for Janis Joplin.
Okay.
I think if Janis Joplin lived long, she'd be a gospel singer.
Well, you saw Johnny Cash do it. Johnny Cash went into gospel.
but they go
for a
back to
while.
their roots. A lot
Yeah.
of these bands go back to where they came from. Church music, gospel music, Southern roots.
Sure. I mean, it's weird because, like, it's not like punk artists in the past haven't branched out. Like, you'd think of someone like Henry Rollins, right?
All right, yeah.
Everyone's familiar with Henry
But
Rollins.
he had a run.
He did, but but the stuff that he branched out with, he became an actor, right? He wrote poetry. He became an artist on stage. He was doing one-man shows with the stuff that he was writing.
But his kid's doing really good. Joe Rogan. Tell me that doesn't look like that dude's kid.
That's a great call, man.
They're the same outfit.
Like, I'm trying to think of another, like, legitimately early 90s band that can say, like, hey, we were part of this scene that sold out like that.
Early
and,
90s.
And I guess it's not a big deal, right? Like,
No, Zeppelin was doing Cadillac ads.
Yeah. But again, Zeppelin.
I mean, whoever thought that when you saw them originally? Again, a Cadillac was an old rich guy car.
But I mean, like that punk music, especially out of California, formed because they saw their heroes doing these things, right? We didn't want to be that. We're going to play faster. We're going to play louder.
Yeah.
And sure, we can appreciate what they do, but, we're just here to do this because we love to do this.
'Cause
Like
we
yesterday around this time, we talked about Jack White, who's going backwards. He's doing concerts without announcing where they are.
So everybody turns into their parents.
Except for Jack White.
Yeah, well, that guy, please. Good luck with that tour.
All right, Kimmy, what do we got for musicians with
Got
coffee?
a lot. So you got everything from like Korn.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. We talked about that. Korn's got coffee.
To Snoop Dogg has his own coffee
That's not
brand.
surprising.
Dropkick Murphys, Kiss,
Those guys don't need coffee.
Disturbed, Rob
Wait.
Zombie.
Disturbed has a coffee?
I guess so, yeah.
Disturbed morning blend.
Alice Cooper.
Yeah, it's not surprising. Either.
Yeah, he's
That
got
guy.
golf clubs and golf balls.
Yeah, I mean, I can keep going.
Okay. So, moral of the story:
Yeah.
if you get famous, get yourself a coffee brand, make a little bit of money.
No kidding.
And if you're interested in the Green Day branded Keurig machine, I believe it comes out on Tuesday, and there will be a limited number. They're not saying how many there are, but
Look
you
at
got
this
Okay.
move. On top of that, they're doing that move.
This is where we're at now. This is where we're at.
That's the bigger dick move. Limited edition.
And stand by for your NoFX branded Jeep edition.
All right.
We'll come back, wrap it up, tell you what we're doing Monday next here on CMF. That's going to be Rapperoo.
Audio Friday Rapperoozy.
For Friday Break Room CMF. Before you go, we got stuff for you.
What we got?
Well, you log on to the contest page, WCMF.com. Enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see The Last Waltz, the band of Ryan Bingham, Jamie Johnson, and for the first time together on tour since Tom Petty's passing, Mike Campbell, Ben Montench of Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, along with Don Was, John Medeski, and others. They're coming Friday, November 15th at the Kodak Center. Tickets go on sale in 2 minutes. 2 minutes at Ticketmaster.com, but you can win a pair at WCMF.com. Good luck from your friends here in the break room on CMF. Once again, we are late. Once again, Kimmy's mad. She was already mad at us.
Well, she's got a fancy bar to go home to and drink her troubles away.
Is it done yet?
Still a couple more finishing touches.
Is it going to be a finishing touch bar forever?
No.
Okay.
No, it's just that you have to wait for stuff to like dry first.
So come on back Monday for Kimmy.
I'll give you an update.
Her dry bar.
For Kimmy, who's never been to a dry bar in her life.
You ain't kidding.
For Tommy Muley, who whenever he walks in and there's women in the bar, dries up immediately. My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you Monday morning in the break room at 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.